Okay, can I get a motion for certificate of posting, please?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? 5-0. Okay, do we have any presentations or recognitions this morning? I don't see any, no. Department head announcements?
No
None.
announcements.
Okay, board announcements. Anybody have any board announcements? Supervisor Zanger.
Thank you. So not so much updates or announcements, but I do want to see about, as a future agenda item, talking about our contract with animal control. So I was hoping we could get a presentation on that and potentially reevaluate aspects of that. I don't know, we talked about that earlier in the year, but I don't know if it officially was a future agenda item or not. So I'd be looking for a second on that.
I would love a presentation on that, especially because it's done by the city, and that always seems odd to me.
Yep. Okay, thank you. That's all I had today.
Thank you. Supervisor Curl?
Okay, first of all, I want to wish everybody a pre-happy 4th of July. I'm sporting my colors today because I am a big fan of the 4th of July. It's my favorite holiday of the year, and it reminds everybody that if you haven't registered to vote, you need to register to vote. If you've moved, changed your name or your political party, especially in the March primary, you need to re-register to vote. So in celebration of Independence Day, I just hope everybody has a good time, and let's please be safe with the fireworks. Let's keep it legal. I want to thank the Saddle and Horse Show for inviting me to be an usher this year. My son and I did it all 3 days. It was so much fun. We saw and met so many people. We were the ticket takers and the stampers, and it was lots of fun, a little chaotic at times. So if you were standing in line, especially on Friday night, I'm really sorry if you were in line for a while. There was some technical difficulties with the equipment, but we got it all worked out. So they put on a wonderful event. I'm really excited and hope to come back next year to volunteer again. Purchasing policy, where are we? And maybe this is a committee for the ad hoc. Supervisor Gonzalez and I are on the emergency housing. I'd like to make sure that we get an update. The latest information I've received from the Director of Health and Human Services is that we have not had anyone move out of those homes at this, the trailers, the temporary trailers at this time. So we're running up against the 6-month deadline. So I'd like to reconvene and see what we can do and what our next steps are going to be. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, thank you. Attended the Flag Day ceremony out in front of the old courthouse. Thank you to Francisco Diaz and his office and everybody involved with that. Went to the AMBAG meeting this last week, and there was a discussion about these regional action planning grants. The REAP is the acronym. And so there were an array of opportunities for San Benito County to apply for grants, and I've communicated to staff about that, and so we can hopefully look forward to being aggressive with those grants, and certainly we'll follow up with staff and just to see where we're at with that at some point here, but those are right around the corner. And then Fire Protection Committee, we did the RFP for the consultant to explore forming a fire protection district, attended the Gavilan groundbreaking over off Fairview, and I did a tour of the old San Juan Bautista mission with the Mission Preservation Fund. So just to let the public know, right now there's an ongoing effort to really get a capital campaign going for the preservation of the mission, and so look forward to more on that. And then 3CE, there was a fairly big decision on establishing project selection criteria. It might sound boring, but it's essentially firming up when 3CE does all these projects throughout the region, what the criteria is for those developers, and stipulations and labor agreements and other things. And then audit committee, we talked yesterday about the vacancy budgeting thing. And then lastly, I attended the Pride event in Hollister this past Sunday, and there was a really great turnout, a lot of just enthusiasm, and it was just a really fun celebration in recognition of Pride Month. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
It's been a very busy month, and I echo what Supervisor Curl said about the 4th of July. 4th of July is just right up there with me for the celebrations right next to Christmas. I don't know if you've seen my house, but I'm all sporting red, white, and blue flags as much as I can. I'm even wearing them today. But the birth of our nation is just a day that just really revels, and it makes my heart beat a little bit faster. And so I'm going to wish you all a happy early 4th of July. Make sure it's a safe one. I don't know if this is something that we can do today at this meeting, but already the illegal fireworks are going off. If you live anywhere in the central area, I'm sure you've been hearing them for the last 2 weeks already. And with the ground so dry out there, I'm afraid there's going to be fires. Well, there will be fires. I just hope nobody's house catches on fire. But is there a number that we can disseminate today, maybe through Nixle or something, for code enforcement, or other than just 911? Maybe someone can kind of report the illegal fireworks that are going off in their backyard, because I'm seeing them, hearing them no matter where I'm at in this area. I've been at 3 different houses, and I've been seeing the fireworks just right in the backyard. But if we can get a number to call and share that information. I also attended the Government College groundbreaking. That was awesome to see finally, after 50, 60 years, waiting for our Hollister campus to come back to us. For those of you that don't know historically, San Benito campus, we had San Benito Community College here previously. It burned down, then Gavilan was erected, but we're now having our site is back up and not quite running yet, but construction has started, so I'm excited about that. As I said yesterday, I attended the meeting for the resource group, and I'm so glad that we as a board funded them, because they're in need, and we need to look into that for future funding. And so hopefully that'll be an item on the agenda for next year to make sure that we go ahead and continue funding the conservation, RDS, RSD, RCD, thank you. Okay, and I'm just so tired. I'm sorry. I had a lot of things going on last night, so I'm a little absent-minded. And so in July, I'll report out whatever I missed. Yes. Have a great, happy 4th of July, people. Thank you.
Good morning. I will say, just we had a COG meeting. I think it was last week. My days and weeks are so busy, they just run together. But Caltrans came back to us. So on Highway 156, there was an increase of $13.3 million because of the extra work that they had to do because of the storm, the damage from all of the rains. So Caltrans is picking up some of that cost, but ultimately the county through CTC and the STIP and things are going to be kind of on the hook. So we'll essentially having to kind of be borrowing money from the future transportation projects to complete Highway 156. So it was very troubling to the entire COG board. And we've asked, because it was storm related, if possibly we can look to FEMA to see if we can recoup any of those costs. So not sure if we'll be able to, but we're doing everything that we can to really kind of review all those costs and make sure that we're fighting for this community. So I attended the Saddle Horse Show as well. It was amazing. So was the parade the week before. And I attended the Chamber of Commerce mixer that was at the Hollister Youth Alliance. And it's just really amazing to see all of the work that the Youth Alliance is doing and the impact it's having on our youth. So it was great to be there and witness that. So with all of that being said, I think we are ready to move on. Is there any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. And on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have quite a few here. So we'll start with Tammy Aviles in chambers.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Tammy Aviles, and I live in District 4. I just wanted to give you a little update on the Coalition for a New Community Library and Resource Center. The members of the coalition have shifted and are now part of the Library Expansion Committee under the Friends of the Library. So we will continue with our focus on fundraising for the expansion. And I wanted to I know, I mean, I know you can't answer, but I wanted to inquire about the RFQ and RFP because I checked on the website, and maybe I'm not doing it right, but I didn't see anything posted for the RFQ and RFP for the construction manager and I guess architect, contractor for the expansion grant. And we stand here ready and willing to support and help the county with anything with regard to the library and its services. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Steve Umfleet.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Steve Umfleet from District 4. Hello, especially to Angela. I had planned for a slightly different presentation, but I'm still learning the procedures for these meetings. I would like to bring to the attention of the Board legislation presently in the State Senate, AB 969. This bill limits our county's options regarding managing our own elections. Our U.S. Constitution gives power to the people. Whenever the federal government takes power from the states, or the states take power from the counties, we must be very suspicious of motives and consequences, because once the power is taken, it is never returned. Let me read some of the text of this legislation. An elections official shall not perform a manual vote in any contest in which there are more than 1,000 eligible registered voters. That's pretty much all contests statewide. This act is an urgency statute necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. The facts constituting the necessity are, in order to ensure that county elections officials know what voting system they will be using. I've worked with Francisco and our elections office enough to know that they know what they are doing, and I think our board knows what they are doing. I would prefer these policies to stay with our board and our elections office rather than being assumed by the state. We're not considering moving to hand counting in this county, but if we ever had good reason, AB 969 would prevent us. Concern over the use of machines crosses party lines. I had planned to give an excerpt from a little video of a documentary that was made in March of 2020. Unfortunately, I discovered that that's not available. But I urge you to stand up for the autonomy of this board and of our county and our citizens by by objecting to this passage of this law at the state level. Public comment for this bill is not allowed for the customary 30 days. It has no remote commenting facilities, and it's scheduled for July 3rd, which interferes with holiday plans for many who would otherwise participate. I wonder what our state officials are afraid of. Let's keep things in this county. Thank you.
Next in chambers, we have Rob Bernowski.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Sotelo. Thank you once again for taking public comment. So I want to start by saying I think that between the administration and the Board of Supervisors, you sort of are a dream team from my perspective, having come to these meetings for years and years. The competency level, sometimes the spirit of cooperation, the response to, inquiries has been fantastic. But I'm asking you guys to perhaps consider performing a study on your own jobs and what the experience is of someone like me and maybe Elias Salinas and Richard Betancourt and the regular people here. It's extremely frustrating. And right now the hot topic, or one of the hottest topics, has to be the hospital experience. And that board and administration is purposely being secretive, where I think that to some degree my
Hey,
experience...
Rob, the hospital topic will be later on the agenda, so I think we'll need to
Well, I'm going
save.
to talk about that too, but I'm talking about your behaviors for now. And the
Okay, so just
experience
if
that
you
we
can
have.
just speak to our
Madam
behaviors and let's
Sotelo,
not reference the hospital.
I want some of my time back because I think you're inappropriately trying to slam the gavel down on me. I'm not talking about the hospital issue. I'm talking about the experience that people like me have with elected officials. And I'm using the hospital board as an example where they're overtly being secretive, and you guys are.
Mr. Bernowski, yeah, just limit the topic to the discussion. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, reclaiming my time. And I understand where you're coming from, Mrs. Thompson. So it costs me time and money to be here, and it's a lot. And you guys know because you get phone calls from it, but I'm a working guy. And I'm so emotional about this. It's like I almost regret supporting the pay increase that the Board of Supervisors got, because we should have increased accessibility to everything the county's doing as a result. And so where I'm going with this is somehow, and Ray, don't get mad at me, but the public needs to get access to somebody like Ray, because you folks in your various capacities, you each have a piece of information and so on and so forth, and you're limited to how you can talk. But we need one person to go to get the facts that we need in order to do our job as members of the public. And I'm just asking you to study it over. Every day I tend to watch, believe it or not, the White House briefings, because they put somebody out there and they take questions from the press or whatever. Well, we don't have press like that in this community, but I'm saying we need access to information so that we can help you and us to feel good about things like the hospital issue. But it is very, very frustrating. And again, this is not criticism of anybody in this room, as you know, but I think that you need to actually think about how you folks are working together and how we get information, because it's a full-time job for me. I'm like a hummingbird or butterfly going from flower to flower to get information, and sometimes the information is inconsistent to who am I talking to, right? So again, if you would please consider that. Can I have 10 more seconds since you took it away from me?
You've got 10 seconds.
All right. I want to address the Brown Act. There's this myth that you cannot respond to someone like me speaking here. You can absolutely respond. You can ask questions and clarifications. Please study that over, because you violate that every single time. You are allowed to ask for clarifications. You can interact with me. You just can't debate it with it amongst yourselves. And please get that understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in chambers, I have Roxy Montana.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to represent the upcoming term of the San Benito County Civil Grand Jury. And the goal of every grand jury is to promote good governance with an emphasis on civil. Whether it be boards, councils, committees, departments, teams, it has got to be a positive energy, and that will produce positive results. The 2023 Civil Grand Jury Report is due to come out very soon, and upon that, the judge will be interviewing and impaneling, swearing in, and handing out badges to the new grand jury term in July. We have a few seats open, and I'm hoping that there will be applicants. If they go to the San Benito County Superior Court website, those applications are available online. And so we're looking for a few good special investigators is how I relate to civil grand jury members. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Next in chambers, Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. Thank you to Supervisor Angela Curro with regards to trying to bring back the housing situation at the migrant camp. There is a drop dead deadline that these folks have been given, and they're nervous. They haven't found any places. There's actually one family that has found a location, and they're in the process of getting themselves situated to move out. In the meantime, I'm still collecting furniture and toys for the kids out there. The furniture will be used for these individuals as they move out, that they'll be able to furnish their homes because they actually have nothing. There was a complaint against these folks themselves that they were someone pointed the finger that they were the ones that got rid of a mattress. There's no mattresses in these RVs. So even the interactions out there, I mean, they're still looking at these victims and they're like the bottom of the totem pole, and it's really not, it's very inhumane the way they're being treated. They were Tracy Beltran in an open meeting. I believe Supervisor B. Gonzalez was there. She stated that the laundromat could not be used. They signed a document that they're not supposed to use the laundromat. But Tracy Beltran herself said, we will look the other way. And now some folks have been contacted that they're using the laundromat, although the director stated, we're going to look the other way. So there has to be some kind of clarity for these folks, because some of them are like on a list. If you keep breaking these things, we're going to get rid of you. Well, where are they going to go? I mean, they're already in RVs and they can't find anywhere else to go. So please, let's not forget that they're still out there and that there is no place for them to go to. There are no vacancies in San Benito County. They're very, very rare. And if there is an opening, it's because of a friend or a family member has let other individuals know, and these folks are still left out there. And I hope that you understood what Mr. Bernowski was telling you with regards to the Brown Act, is that if I'm up here and I say something and, Ms. Gonzalez, did you go to so-and-so meeting and was this discussed? She can answer and say, yes, I was there and this was discussed. You can answer that. What you can't do is have a conversation or try to say whatever I'm saying is not true. Okay? Thank you.
Next, we have Sabino Pacheco.
Mi nombre es Sabino Pacheco, presento a San Juan Bautista. Pues deseo que se conceda lo que estamos pidiendo aquí nosotros, porque lo necesitamos.
Good morning, my name is Sabino Pacheco. I reside in San Bautista, and I'm here to ask that you consider what we're asking for, because it's something that we really need.
Es todo por ahora. Muchas gracias.
That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Next, we have Maribel Jaime.
Buenos días, señores supervisores. Mi nombre es Maribel Jaime. Soy trabajadora del cuidado en casa IHSS.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Maribel Jaime, and I'm a IHSS provider.
Sería un camino al seguro médico.
We continue to come back here because the last proposal from the county still did not include a pathway to health care.
Ya tenemos 2 años en negociaciones.
We have 2 years now in negotiations.
Han tenido la oportunidad de vernos en estas reuniones y han visto a los trabajadores que han estado aquí.
You have had the opportunity to see us at these meetings, and you have seen workers who have been here.
No es algo fácil estar aquí y no todos los que queremos estar aquí podemos hacerlo.
It's not an easy thing to be coming here, and it's not everyone who would like to be here is able to.
Pero aquí seguimos porque estamos luchando por algo muy importante y necesario.
But we continue to come back because we are fighting for something that is very important and necessary.
Es algo que todos merecemos.
It's something that we all deserve.
Les pedimos ponerse en nuestro lugar, trabajando y cuidando de la salud de otras personas, siempre preocupándonos por todos y no por nosotros.
We ask that you put yourselves in our shoes, working and taking care of the health of others, and always worrying about our own health as well.
Es necesario que entiendan que nuestra lucha no va a terminar.
It's important that you understand that our fight is not going to end
Hasta que proveedores de IHSS
until IHSS providers
tengamos el seguro médico que es algo necesario que merecemos.
until IHSS providers have health care because it's something that we deserve.
No solo porque ser trabajadores, sino porque somos humanos.
Not only because we are workers, but because we are human.
Estamos luchando porque sabemos que la atención médica es un derecho para todos.
We are fighting because health insurance is should be a right for everyone.
Hoy estamos para exigir que el condado crea un camino hacia el seguro médico para todos los trabajadores.
Today we are here to demand that the county create a pathway to health care for all workers,
Porque no dejaremos de luchar hasta que ustedes lo hagan.
because we will not stop our fight until we have that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in chambers, Gina Orozco.
Good morning. My name is Gina Orozco. I'm a president of the San Benito Center Migrant Camp. I'm here as a representative of the people there. My point is we have had some issues there. We saw a man peeing on the laundry area. With everything outside, there were kids playing around. We talked to the manager about it. He talked to his supervisor. He talked with another supervisor, and they said that they have that right because they live on the RVs. We know he lives on the RVs. So they say, oh, it's because he doesn't have where to live. We totally understand that. But so do we have to risk our kids ourselves for people that does that? Pee on the middle of the parks, in the middle of the laundry. My daughter, it's 11 years old. She was around, but a neighbor saw him. So she called me, hey, your daughter is around, and she didn't see it. So we talked to our manager. He talked to his supervisor. He talked with another supervisor, and they said, oh, we cannot do anything. So we're really scared about it. We don't know until what point. We try to call the police, and they say, oh, we need proofs. Excuse me, we don't want a video that. How you want proof of that? We're really scared of our safety. We know they don't have. And plus, we have rules. If any of the migrants do that, we're gonna take them out, kick them out immediately. Because that's not allowed. That's zero tolerance. That's sexual harassment. That's unsafety. That's a lot of things. So they don't have a manager that we can go with. They don't follow rules. It's not the only thing. They have pets. We're not allowed to have pets. Why? For cleaning and for safety and for a lot of reasons. And they walk their dogs around and they poop everywhere on the parks as well. So we're really uncomfortable with the RVs, not because, we don't want them here, but because they're not following the rules that we have as a community. We're trying to go by the supervisors, but like I'm saying, they don't have a supervisor that we can go. And we're not, on my opinion, personal opinion, a 5 cents person will not pee in front of everybody. So my concern is, was he drunk? Is he sick? So how dangerous it can be for me, for my kids. Can I have one more minute? Is there a chance? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry, but you're welcome to contact me after, and I would, we can definitely talk more about this issue.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really concerned. Unfortunately, a lot of
That's
people
all we
could
can.
not-
That's all we can take. Thank you. But contact me after. And I think Supervisor Curro put it for a future agenda item. So, thank you.
We have one other on Zoom. Mr. Berrigan, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Supervisor, I sent an email last night. I just wanted to go ahead and speak about that. And it focuses on 3 issues that I see within San Benito County. The first and with the highest priority for me is education. You all know that how important education is to me. The future of the county is tied to the success of our children, and the foundation for that success is our schools. I know you all agree, but we can do more to accelerate this important mission. As above, I suggest you direct staff to make a public presentation on this topic and identify resources needed to enhance our schools. If necessary, local residents can vote on a tax increase or other measures to provide the needed support. Topic number 2 is transportation. We all know that traffic remains a big problem in the county. Solving that problem on Highway 25 is a difficult challenge. I know that I'm actively thinking of ways to help, but there is no excuse to not address the quality of local streets and related infrastructure. I suggest you direct staff to make a public presentation on what local streets are in most need of attention and explain what the associated costs are to improve the streets. This should be a high priority also. The third topic that I wanted to talk about was the county has limited resources, and we all know that, which is why it is absolutely essential that all resources be deployed responsibly to directly benefit our local residents. I see on the agenda there is a closed session matter involving the Western Resource Legal Center. I'm familiar with the litigation, and a group of students has been asking for the release of public records. The county staff has been stonewalling and dragging its feet, even though the law is crystal clear that the county must promptly produce all public.
Mr. Berrigan, you can unmute yourself.
Why was I muted? And what was the last thing you guys heard?
You cannot speak regarding the Western Resource Center until closed session.
I'm not speaking on it, I'm just referring to it.
If you
Do you
can,
guys know where, I don't
Yeah.
know where you guys stopped it.
yeah, just, if it's regarding Western Resources, it has to be under the public comment before closed session. If you just talk about the county's limited resources, you can talk about that.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, so I see what you're saying. All right, so yeah, so the county has, limited resources, and so right now we know that the county has spent about $500,000 on those trying to fight the public records releases here. That accounts for about 1,700.
Unless he has anything else other than this item.
Mr. Berrigan, you can unmute yourself.
No, you guys have the record. I sent an email about it.
Okay. And I have no further public.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move into the public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. It is 9:36. The first item will be 1.1 from RMA. Ariel?
Hi, good morning, Supervisors. Staff is actually requesting that we push this item to the July 25th meeting, and only because after your action on it, it then goes to the State Mining and Geology Board for certification. We've been working with them on drafts. We sent them the latest version back in April, requesting comment by the end of May. They finally just got back to us saying that they would provide comments by the end of June. We would like to make sure we have those comments and incorporate them before we bring it before your board. So that's the only reason we want to make sure that we don't have to come back to you a second time after it's gone to the State Mining Geology Board.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Do we don't need to
Just take any public comments.
take
that on
public
it, and
comment
then-
on this item?
Yeah, and then
Okay.
make a
Does we have
motion.
any public comment related to item 1.1?
If you have a public comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm fine tabling it to the 7:25 meeting. Can we
So
put
I'll
the
go ahead and make a motion just to make it official to postpone this meeting to the July 25th, or this item, 1.1 to the July 25th meeting.
I'll
At
second that.
1:30.
At 1:30.
At 1:30.
1:30.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you, Ariel.
Thank you so much.
Okay, item 1.2, hold a public hearing on revisions to the rate schedule at the John Smith Road landfill.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. For this public hearing, the chambers will be accepting public comment on revisions to the rate schedule of John Smith Road landfill. A public hearing notice was published on June 16th and June 23rd. On June 13th, the board directed a public hearing to be held regarding the proposed rate increases at John Smith Road landfill, which are in response to the contractual cost of living adjustment under the landfill operating agreement between the county and the landfill operator Waste Connections. The rate increase proposed includes a solid waste refuse increase from 57 a ton to 62.75 a ton, a yard waste and green waste increase from 28 a ton to 33 a ton, and a refuse minimum charge for loads under 382 pounds from $11 to $14. All other rates will remain the same, and these rates are still well below the market value of neighboring landfills. These rates increases are projected to yield $236,495 to the landfill operator's calculated COLA adjustment, which is at 5.58% this year. It is staff's recommendation that the Board of Supervisors hold the public hearing, approve Waste Connections' cost of living adjustment, and adopt the resolution revising the rate schedule at John Smith Road landfill. The revised rates would take effect July 1st of this year, and I am here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment on this issue.
So there's no public comment. Okay. All right, so bringing it back to the board. Any questions, comments from the board? No? Okay, so what is the will of the board then?
Move to approve.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Staff recommendation, sorry. As according to staff recommendation.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Do we have any public comment for consent agenda?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. These are all regular. Ms. Salinas, go ahead, yeah.
Oh, more than one. 2.2, 2.3, 2.7, 2.10, 2.11, 2.13, 2.15, and I stopped reading it after that.
Hold on, can you start over your numbers
Okay.
again? Can you start?
2.2.
2.2.
2.3.
Okay.
2.7.
2.7.
2.10. 2.11. 2.13. 2.15. And that's it.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's fine. My comment on these is if you add up all these monies, specifically with behavioral health, and I've been up here numerous times with behavioral health, and we do have a new director. as well as I'm speaking about the monies for, I don't have my glasses, I should have come up here with my glasses. Community Solutions, that's 2.11, and 2.13 is Health and Human Services. Is there anything, I mean, let's go back to, I'm running out of time. Go back to the numerous grand jury reports that we've had over the years, okay? Going back years and years. What has this county done to answer that and correct those inquiries and those questions that have been brought forth during their investigations of the grand jury? Okay. What have we done as a county? And yet, every time, it goes under consent agenda items, money, more money, more money, more money, but we're not solving the problem that are happening in these departments. And it's like, they're Band-Aids, but this is a lot of money. For instance, we have occupational therapy. Occupational therapy, I've had it, is physical therapy. And it's over $100,000. I can't remember what it is. So do these children go to a physical therapist, a physical location in San Benito County? Or does a therapist actually come physically to the Office of Human Health Services and provides physical therapy? And if so, what equipment is being used? I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Over $100,000 for a physical therapist. Where do they go? Who's keeping track of this? How do we know what is happening? Okay, we have monies for behavioral health, for contracts going out, and it's like, well, we can't do it ourselves. Well, with all this money, when are we going to start doing it ourselves as the San Benito County? Money should stay here. Can you seriously really not find some physical therapists and or psychologists, psychiatrists, whatever it takes to bring it in-house and have, instead of the funds going out? The money that's being paid for these contracts is higher than what it would cost for us to employ someone in San Benito County. So you all are very busy. I get that. But just review the grand jury reports of the problems that we have in here, and as a whole unit here, try to solve the problem so that it doesn't cost San Benito County so much money. And if it has to be a change of the guard in these departments, then so be it. But somehow, the bottom line is, as Board of Supervisors, you make the decisions to approve all this money, leaving San Benito County, because you cannot find a solution to try to eliminate, or at least not, if you can't eliminate it, at least make it less of an issue, so that we don't have to spend so much money going out of San Benito County because the excuse is, well, we can't do it ourselves. Find a way to do it yourselves. Thank you.
I have no other public comment on consent.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Does anyone have any consent agenda items they would like to pull? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, item 2.3, item 210, item 214, item 219, and just for the sake of being on the record, I sympathize with the public speaker's comments, and I can't pull all of them, but I will make sure that's a future agenda item that we discuss.
Thank you. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes, thank you. 2.30.
4:30. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Curro, did you have any that you wanted to pull?
I made it a future agenda item, so I'm gonna pass.
Thank you. And Supervisor Zanger? And I don't have anyone to pull either, other than I just wanted to acknowledge 2.6, the clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, getting the grant from the Central Coast Creative Corps. I was really excited to see that, and I attended some of those webinars, so great job to that department. So moving on now to our regular, I'm sorry, I always forget this. Let's approve all of the ones from 2.1 through 232, with the exception of 2.3, 2.10, 2.14, 2.19, and 2.30.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. We'll come back to those at the end. So now moving on to regular agenda. The first item is 3.1, receive recommendation from the chair and vice chair, which really, it's the ad hoc. It wasn't so much that it was the chair and vice chair, but we were the ad hoc for this, on responses to the RFQ for county council services and approve a selection. So,
You want me to provide a brief introduction and
Please.
turn it over to you?
Please.
Okay. The board authorized an RFQ to be presented after extensive outreach and advertisement of the RFQ, including publication in the Daily Journal in Western Cities, and approaching more than 20 firms, outreach on CocoNet, which is a server for county councils, as well as reaching out to prior county councils that are available for service. There were 6 well-qualified firms that applied, all of which the county has worked for in the past or is currently working with, all of which would also be qualified to perform the services. Of those, the chair and vice chair conducted multiple interviews with the ultimate recommendation that Prentice Long should be considered for the services for the county, which was estimated at 250 hours per month approximately. I also recommend with Prentice Long, of these firms that applied to be selected to perform these services if the board determines to contract this work out. So the proposed contract that's put forth would provide approximately 250 hours per month, and that results in an approximate increase in the net county cost of $60,000, I believe. I'll turn it over to the chair for further discussion. And also, Prentice Long is very experienced, and part of the reason I believe that the ad hoc selected them was they serve as county council for several counties, and that they have extensive experience with taking on county work and performing that on an as counsel on the outside, and that was part of the reason that firm was formed, is to be able to provide governmental services at an affordable rate.
Thank you, Council Thompson. Yeah, Supervisor Curro and I sat on an ad hoc for this, and we did do extensive interviews, and we checked references, and we've done a lot of work on this. We're really excited about Prentice and Long. They represent a ton of, or I shouldn't say a ton, but, and Mr. Prentice is here, so he can probably answer and go into specifics, but they do represent multiple rural counties, and we felt that that was an amazing expertise. They have a lot of county council experience, they have CAO experience, as well as they do a lot in training of employees, and so we just felt it was a kind of a perfect fit and a perfect opportunity, and so we're really excited to have Mr. Prentice here, hopefully enter into a contract with him. Supervisor Crow, do you want to add anything?
I just want to thank all of the responders to the RFQ. It was a lot of information that they put together, and it was a lot of work for each of those firms, and this was an extensive process in being able to narrow it down. After meeting with Mr. Prentice and being able to look at the qualifications, I'm excited that this is an opportunity for the county and the departments to gain off of other counties. sometimes misfortunes. So you bring that pros and cons of what's happened in other counties, and then you are able to bring that expertise here. I'm excited to have this as an opportunity for the board to choose. I'm open to discuss what this might look like and have conversations about what we've done as the ad hoc. So I'm open to questions.
Thank you. I think at this time, Mr. Prentice, would you mind coming up to the podium, maybe introducing yourself a little bit, and then we can open it up for the supervisors for comments, questions, and of course we'll take public comment as well.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Honorable County Council and CAO. My name is David Prentice. I'm a founder of the law firm Prentice Long. Prentice Long represents, as general counsel, I think 7 counties at this time. We're county counsel in 7 counties. We're also do city attorney special districts and JPAs. What that means is that our attorneys are well-versed in all things municipal law. It is our focus. In fact, that's our only focus. We do have a few private business clients, but it's long-term relationships there. Our entire focus is municipal law. Our attorneys have sat as not only county councils and city attorneys, but as CAOs and HR directors. Not that I want those here, but I think what I'm saying is that what we bring is a level of expertise, and we can tap into many rural counties, how they're operating. When an issue comes here, you can be sure that other rural counties are dealing with that issue. And since we serve those counties, we have knowledge of that, and we can deal with things quickly and move things forward. I have my own philosophy about what county council is, and I'd be happy to discuss that with you, but for the purposes of today, I'll answer any questions, but I personally am extremely excited about this, and if it happens, what I'm doing is clearing the decks of my clients so that San Benito becomes my only client.
Thank you. And I think just for kind of point of clarification, it is 250 hours, the contract. However, we've had conversations with Mr. Prentice that he's kind of committed to whatever it takes. And so there may be some months it's 350 hours, and there may be some months where it's 150 hours. But there's a real commitment to this county. He does plan on being here. Of course, wouldn't be here all the time, but would be here. And so he would be our county counsel essentially, as well as a ton of other attorneys in his firm that would be able to really hone in on areas of expertise, land use. Can you go into a little bit of what are some of the other attorneys in your offices, kind of what are their expertise areas?
We have expertise obviously in land use, CEQA, in all aspects of that practice. We also have an extensive practice in law enforcement representation and expertise. And in fact, my other named partner, Margaret Long, is an expert in law enforcement representation, and she would take on that role. We have a contract expert, a longtime contract expert, who does contracts for many counties and is excellent in that regard. And he would practice here as well as municipal law issues. What else? The whole litany of things. HR obviously is one of my strong points, but it's also Margaret Long's area of expertise and practice. I have worked with your HR director in another county, and so I look forward to that relationship continuing. The Health and Human Services, behavioral health, public works, planning, all of that is within our realm of expertise because we do it every day with all of our clients. So right now I am Sierra County Counsel, and as I said, that role will be going away at the end of the month. But I've been there for 8 years. We have been Trinity for 10 years. We converted Tehama from inside to contract county council, such as you're considering here. So we have an expertise in doing this in another county, which is a similar size to San Benito County. We also converted Lassen. When I say we converted, the board converted their county, went outside and selected us to be their county council. So we Sierra, Alpine, Modoc, Trinity, Lassen, all of those counties. We also do special county work. I represent the BOE in Kern County in extensive multi-million-dollar property tax issues which go to hearing. And we represent Fresno County, and we are defense litigation for Fresno County on their panel. We do extensive litigation for that county. And we do have a large litigation team, which would also be here. I can tell you that in anticipation of the board's approval, my team is descending on the county tomorrow morning to start meeting people and discussing these issues and get a head start before the contract actually starts. So we are excited about doing this, and if we go forward, you'll have 6 attorneys from Prentice Long in the county tomorrow spreading out to meet with various people in their areas of expertise.
Madam Chair, can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
As you said, the average is 250 hours a month, with the understanding this is a flat rate contract. So if he does go over, if your firm goes over, there's no added cost except for the exceptions, which is litigation and union negotiations. So I just want to make that clear. Also, travel for you is included in this 250 flat rate. There's no travel cost that will be incurred for the county. Any travel that is incurred would be because of having to travel to other individuals to potential court.
Right. We're here. We intend to be here. So our travel getting here, which is a short distance for me, but that's nothing we're going to build a county for. You want a county council? We're going to be here in the county.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, David.
Thank you. Should we go out to public comment? Yeah, let's go out to public comment now on this, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. I do have Ms. Elia Salinas.
You know, Mr. Bernowski started off this meeting with transparency was an issue with Hazel Hawkins Hospital. I've been asking for months. You have had on the agenda closed session regards to employment, I can't even remember what it was, evaluation of county council. You'd come out and you wouldn't report. You need to let the public know why you have chosen to go with outside counsel. Here I have been for a few years saying that the San Benito County has to hire public defenders within the county. You have county council, and in my opinion, you're going backwards. If the county council is not doing the job, it's very easy. You terminate, because California has a no-fault termination. And then she goes on her way. Of course, she has a contract that she has to have, money goes with her, right? Because of the contract. What is going on here that you're not letting the public know? Now you're wanting to bring in a law firm from either Redding or Fresno or wherever it is to come, and they're ready to swarm in tomorrow and meet with people. Let's be transparent and find out what's going on. Why not go out and get an attorney that's here in San Benito County? If you're not satisfied with county council, why are you not letting the public know what is going on? I am blown away, and I knew that this was coming, and I've been waiting for it to come in public. No one's been talking about it. Why? Where is your transparency? Where is your responsibility for the seat that you sit at for your constituents to know what is going on in San Benito County with your government? This is a waste of time and a waste of money. They may be a great law firm, but you're going backwards. Unbelievable. If you're dissatisfied because the county council told you a certain thing and that is what the law says and you don't like it, well, now I'm mad at her and I'm going to replace her with something else. Be honest with the public and be transparent, please.
I have no further public comment.
Thank you. And you want to go ahead and?
Yeah.
Okay.
At this time, what I wanted to clarify is that this position is primarily replacing Reed and Joel, the Assistant County Counsel and the Deputy County Counsel. We've had 2 vacancies, one which occurred like a couple months ago, I guess, now, and one which will occur on July 1st. So I'm going to still be county counsel here because the contract still remains, but what we're going to do is have this firm, if they're selected by the board, meet with board members, meet with department heads, and we will come up with a mutual kind of agreement about which departments that they represent or what tasks that they perform. Kind of my initial thoughts is that they may perform a lot of services for the Board of Supervisors, code enforcement, land use, et cetera, but that list will still be forthcoming to the board at a future point in time. So it's going to be helping initially pick up some of the needs in our office. So.
Okay, so that's a little bit new to me. I feel like the conversations that we've been having as part of the ad hoc is that you were going to be possibly going into a different maybe area. So, and that was the whole point of looking and trying to identify a real county council. And so I think and as we've been meeting with people, and you were in the room with us, it was very clear that this person was going to be doing the Board of Supervisor meetings.
That's what I'm saying, is that they are going to, I just thought I said that they would be representing the Board of Supervisors and land use. What is the concept of what they would be doing? We need to present that to the board.
Okay, I guess
think we're
I
on
was
the
under
same
the
page.
impression that they will be taking over essentially as county council. They will be the lead. Is how it was what I was under the impression.
That was
but
my
maybe I was
impression
wrong.
too. That's why I'm a little stunned right now that you're saying this, because in the discussions we had during the interviews with you, with the consultants, and the attorneys, was that this is to bring in new outside counsel to evaluate not just the positions of the assistant and the deputy, but to look at county council as a whole, make recommendations to the county of what changes should occur and who should be basically the attorneys for which departments, make full recommendations to the Board of Supervisors of what that should look like, and that we were not saying this is a permanent solution. This is a interim solution, and the board, it comes back to the board with the recommendation of the firm that is ultimately selected, whether it is this firm or another, and that this board would then decide how long the contract, I mean, it's a 1-year contract. But this is as lead county counsel.
Well, I think that in my mind, I don't think that we're too far off. I think that what we were going to do is have a discussion and meet the needs of the board, and I think that's the same thing. We're talking about the same thing, actually.
Okay, the needs of the board and all the departments.
And all the departments, yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and any board member questions, comments? So, Mickey?
Sure thing. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you to the ad hoc for your work, and thank you to the county counsel's office for working with the ad hoc, and so everybody knows how this works. The ad hoc, does their research, brings back a recommendation. So now the full board is, discussing the direction here, and So my biggest question, I guess, or what I was hoping to have clarified today, what the process might look like going forward, and as far as mapping out precisely where we're trying to go with this, as far as, not just next week or next year, but ultimately what sort of model we're looking at having for the long term. And I'm, we have a contract before us, but I think a part of if we approve something today or whenever that may be, we should certainly map out, especially for the public's sake and transparency, what exactly the vision is for this office and really what we're trying to accomplish with the potential change. And so the conversation that's going on here, it might seem, a little contentious, but I think it's necessary. I think we have to have a conversation and really have some clarity as far as where we're going, so the public knows precisely what we have in mind. And maybe that's part of a process moving forward, but I do think we have to have some sort of, structured conversation process to really come to an understanding of what that vision is for the office and the mixing of outside and internal county council. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Zanger? Sure. Supervisor Gonzalez?
I kind of wanted to be the last voice, but that's okay. I have been advocating for change for this county for over 2 years. And as I said, time and time again, change is not always bad. And we have to have a starting point. I was not the catalyst for this topic to come forward and for the change to come through, but I fully embrace it now. And we have to start somewhere. And I'm sorry the difficult conversation was had this morning, but my understanding was exactly what Supervisor Curl and Sotelo had stated, that we would be replacing county council, the main county council, with, if this RFP was approved, and I wholeheartedly suggest that we do that. Mr. Prentice, I thank you so much for bringing your expertise to the table. I love the fact that you have CAO experience, HR experience, county experience, municipal law, behavioral health, litigation, and I love the fact that you have a law enforcement expertise in your partner, Long. And this is exactly where we need to be. Again, it's like ripping off the Band-Aid and getting over the uncomfortable part, rooting out the cancer, whomever and whatever department it may be, because we do have cancer in this county, okay? And we need somebody to come in from the outside to surgically remove the individuals that no longer should be with the county. We have dysfunction. I said this a year and a half ago. We have dysfunction here, and it has to stop. We have nepotism here, and it has to stop. And the only way for it to stop is by somebody coming in from the outside and looking at it realistically and rationally and cleaning out and taking out, quote unquote, the trash. Okay, so I totally appreciate this. I understand, Ms. Salinas, that you're appalled by this process, but because of the damn Brown Act, we can't discuss things that happen in closed session. As I said, I was not the catalyst for this change, but I wholeheartedly support it now. And so I ask that the public trust us, please. We are trying to do what's right. I agree that the grand jury reports have been ignored over and over and over again. And as board chair, when I was board chair and then removed summarily, it was my intent to make sure that the grand jury report was adhered to, was listened to, was aired, it was discussed, and it just got swept under the rug. So as a future agenda item, I will make sure we go back to this current and previous grand jury reports, and we start cleaning up this county. It is a mess. And I'm sorry for those of you that work here and you love it and are voted. I don't want to kick you out of your job. I want to make a situation, an environment where you're happy and proud to be here. We can't continue with some of the practices that we have allowed to continue to happen, and we just have to stop it. And I believe that this is the start. This is the start. And so again, I approve this item. I would love to vote for it, but I'm going to wait for Supervisor Sanger to have his say.
You know what, that's all right now. I think I'm good. I don't need to say anything. I'm all right.
Sure. Supervisor Curl?
Okay, so I totally wholeheartedly agree with Supervisor Kosmicki on the vision and having it transparent of what we're trying to do. Some of the things that I see from my perspective is the consolidation of services that comes from county council. Not so many outside contracts. I agree with the public. We have way too many outside contractors, and the one way we can bring this together is by having a very extensive firm come in and do this evaluation, bring in all those outside contracts that we can under one umbrella, and then really define what the future of county council will look like for our community and for our departments, and understanding where the department needs are to the full extent, and not giving anything but legal advice and the pros and cons of what direction departments want to go. It's a challenge for departments, and I see this as the first step. I really do. But I do agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. We do need to define. We did have this conversation with Mr. Prentice, and it seems like this is the expertise that he brings to small counties, is coming in and actually doing evaluations and making recommendations. Now, whether that means that he stays on, I will say I'm very thankful that you have removed all other counties from your slate except for San Benito County. So you are committed to this county and making us successful. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have really any additional comments. I'm obviously supportive of this. I was on the ad hoc, and so what is the will of the board at this time? We need a motion to approve the selection of the firm Prentice & Long to provide legal services. And I would just, I think maybe we can go with a staff recommendation, other than I would just say I think that we need to maybe make it specific that this is for county council. I mean, they would be the lead county council.
Move to approve per staff recommendation.
Madam Chair, can I friendly, I'll
Let's-
second, and then
okay, yeah.
ask for just a friendly amendment that we come back within a specified timeframe with an update as far as what the, because we're going to have some talks between now and a date specific as far as what the ultimate goal is with the office and where we envision, what we envision the office looking like a year plus from now.
Go ahead.
Yes, and we actually were looking at, I believe we discussed 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, so it's coming back, the firm would come back with recommendations of what the actual needs are, where the challenges are, and how they would recommend moving forward. Is that?
Can we cut that time frame 6 months to maybe 3 months? Is that a possibility? I know that you're ready to descend upon us. Yay! But could we get your recommendations in less than 6 months, in that if we're only authorizing a year contract right now, we still want you to be able to have the time to implement whatever changes you see necessary, because I have a feeling that you will see what we all see, or what the public sees and what I see.
In the interim period between the approval of this contract and perhaps 3 months, we would be meeting with folks. We meet with each board member separately, but there would be, we would have department head meetings, either collectively and separately. If this board directs that we bring back a report to you on what our initial or interim feelings are, or recommendations are in 3 months, we'll be back in 3 months.
Thank you.
Okay, so Supervisor Crowe, did you have any? No. So we have a first and a second with a friendly amendment that we would bring back a report at 3 months. So first, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you. Okay, so item 3.2, appoint a new healthcare Hazel Hawkins Hospital Ad Hoc Committee and ratify the non-disclosure agreement with San Benito Healthcare District.
Madam Chair, I have to make an announcement. So questions have been raised recently about my wife's employer having business relationships with hospitals in the region. So out of caution, I'm going to recuse myself from this conversation while addressing that.
Okay. Am I taking this? If you don't mind, yeah, please.
Okay. It was back on May 23rd that the Board of Supervisors authorized the CAO to execute a non-disclosure agreement with San Benito Healthcare District. That was for, needed to access the data room, which is necessary to engage in a due diligence process. The county is very happy to report that due to the county's outreach through our consultant, Cecilia Montalvo, that they reached out to Salinas Valley Health, and Salinas Valley Health, who didn't, I understand, initially indicate its willingness to participate in the process with San Benito Healthcare, has decided to come forward and engage in a due diligence process to determine whether or not there's something that could be done as far as a future option as very ways to address the issues at Hazel Hawkins, perhaps in a combination with the county and maybe with even other jurisdictions. It could be for example, it could be a multi-jurisdictional JPA if it was joined with the hospital and perhaps other entities such as the city. This is just to investigate whether there's other options. The hospital may have other options that it's also investigating, but this allows the opportunity to have a fallback procedure or to actually have another option that may even be superior. We don't know yet. We're just engaging in the very, very beginnings of the due diligence process. In order to access that, the hospital requested that we sign an NDA that's consistent with what has been signed by all other people, all other entities that have entered into the due diligence process, and so that's the NDA that was executed by the CAO Espinoza, I believe, on June 16th. Now that's being brought back because the board didn't have the opportunity to see the final NDA when it was approved on May 23rd. That's now being brought back for the board so they can just see the final language of the NDA and allow the board to vote on that NDA as it exists and how it's been executed. It would remain in effect unless there's 3 board members that wish to terminate it. And then also, this is also being brought back so that there's an opportunity for the board to appoint an ad hoc to advise staff on issues pertaining to the hospital. As you know, the board, this is just the beginning of the process to engage in the due diligence process, but it's a positive step forward. I'll turn it back to the.
Thank you. I appreciate the update. I think let's go to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I do have Rob Bernowski in chambers.
Good afternoon, or good morning again. I just want to clarify one thing. In my previous comments where I brought in the hospital, I did not want to suggest at all that any of you are not being transparent. I mean, I'm very gracious for every conversation that each of you have given me. My point was, it's way too hard. So I'm very glad to see, I guess, you folks starting an ad hoc committee. And I guess my request is for, when you folks are up here today, to do 2 things. And the first would be to define exactly what that ad hoc committee is to do. That would be number 1. And number 2 would be to request that the ad hoc committee meet with me and some others just to discuss what we'll call it their boundaries are. And the reason I bring that up is, as many of you know, there's many groups that have interest in the hospital. And, you know, I this morning I was working on this, on all the various bodies that, you know, I'm in conversations with, and many of us here are in conversations with. And, well, getting back to the boundaries is, like, actually, I'm going to just say it, assuming you have time. So we have the Thursday group. What is the Thursday group about? We're fleshing out information, and we're doing a really good job of that, I think, and I'm glad that we're a part of it. You also have the County of San Benito, which has a vested interest in the success of the hospital. You have the nurses' unions, who have the most to lose right now. And then you have, we'll call it the doctors' group, who just want a robust medical practice. And then there are some activists, I guess I'm including this, and we're looking at the legality of everything that the hospital's doing, because we have a lot of questions about that. But connecting all of the dots on this, if we know what this ad hoc committee is doing, and we sort of have, people like me have access to it, that way we're not going to step on each other, and we may not be as frustrated. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We want a robust, actual hospital, not an urgent care center. We want something that we all can use no matter what our medical conditions are. And I think there just has to be clarity and purpose of what your goals are, and then our group will take care of what we want to, and hopefully we all end up at the same place. So again, thank you very much for doing this. I think we're going to get a good outcome, but it's going to be really hard. And then I'm going to, if I still have time, yes I do. We all have our own talents. And when you form this ad hoc committee, I just want you to really consider what has to be done and who of the Board of Supervisors have the qualities to meet those things. Dispensing information to the likes of the public and me is really, really important in this role. Thank you very much.
We also have Ms. Elia Salinas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So here's the issue that the public is having with Hazel Hawkins Hospital is the lack of transparency, complete lack of transparency. So as an ad hoc committee with San Benito Healthcare District, or actually this interim CEO and the CFO and whomever else, when you have a meeting and you have an NDA, at least come back to the board in your positions and report out what can be reported. Because basically, the interim CEO is not giving information to the current board. And I'll give you an example, actually two. We don't have an ICU. It's been closed for almost a month. And their board of directors didn't know that. There is only one surgeon on staff at Hazel Hawkins Hospital. Their board didn't know that. If the board doesn't know and the public is not being aware of it, if an emergency happens, I know that there's no ICU, then depending upon what's, let the public know that. And they have the option to go somewhere else if there's the time for it. There's only one surgeon. And people go into the emergency room because it's an emergency. And where is this surgeon? I know who it is. I don't know if this doctor has been on duty for 24 hours and he just went home to go take a nap or sleep, and now I'm in the emergency room and I need emergency surgery. That is the kind of information that the public needs to know. And as an ad hoc committee, whomever you are, or if you've already not picked anybody else, is we, the public, need to know what is going on. They won't even tell us about the bankruptcy, and bankruptcy is public information. We have to go, and not we, it's Robert, because that's his part of it. Mr. Bernowski goes out and he researches what's going on in bankruptcy. They haven't even had their first date. I think their first date is not until July. So we just have the list of all the people that are they're filing their claims. And I don't understand why Supervisor Kosmicki had to recuse himself. I believe we've already gone through this when Supervisor Sotelo had to recuse herself, and I believe that's the same situation. So thank you.
Go ahead. We have Roxy Montana.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to the Thursday group. This is open to anyone who's interested who would like to come. It's grown from my dining room table, so much so that we went to the Epicenter building and in their large conference room. It grew even more to now where we're in their largest room. I invite anybody who's interested to show up at the Epicenter on Thursdays, 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And just like grand jury meetings, it's 2 o'clock on the point, ends 4 o'clock. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Thank you. Okay, bringing it back to the board. Comments, questions, concerns?
We're going to separate these two
Okay,
items,
yeah,
right?
Supervisor Zenger?
Cool. Yeah, so I guess first I'll just speak to the NDA. I'll just say I have some issues with it. There's a lot of talk about transparency and information getting out, and there's some concerning items in the NDA, particularly item 4 and 9, I believe. Depending on the interpretation of it, it seems like it would be very limiting in what the supervisors could publicly say about the hospital and the board and the staff there. And so if we're talking about transparency and making things public and whatnot, this NDA, which is a two-year NDA here, really could limit how much can be said. And it seems like, simply, it just seems like I don't want to get into my own opinions of things or anything. I'll just say that legally I see issues with it. I've talked to county council, and it's not super clear as far as I know about what exactly the ramifications of it are, because there's always room for interpretation, I suppose. But I'll just say I don't support it. I mean, I obviously I'm in the same boat as everyone in the community with wanting to save the hospital. I know we need the hospital. I understand that, but I don't think this is correct. I don't think, as it is today, I won't be supporting it. I'll just leave that for now, and then we come back to the ad hoc after. I know you want to do them separately, or
Well, do you want to go ahead and address who you maybe think should be on the ad hoc?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would just say that with the ad hoc, just naturally, I just think it'd be two supervisors with the least personal connection to anyone involved in the hospital, just to reduce any perception of bias. That's all.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez, Curro, who would like to go next?
I support the NDA. I know it's been executed, and I guess we're here ratifying it today. I also support the two supervisors sitting on the ad hoc, and I would like to volunteer my name to be included in the consideration, regardless of what my feelings are for the hospital. I'm born and raised here, and I know that we need to save the hospital. I have been meeting with Mary Casillas since November of last year. I was the one that brought this issue to the table by force. I had to go to the media to bring this to the board in order for us to even begin deliberations and discussions, which was ridiculous. It's gone to the intergovernmental, where I believe it's become a laughing joke there at that meeting. Supervisors on this board have gone on the television and made public statements that only deteriorated the work of what the hospital and the county was trying to do. And I think I would be a valuable asset if I were on that ad hoc.
Thank you. Supervisor Curro?
I agree with the public comment about the role of the ad hoc and the communication that would be coming from this ad hoc to the public. I'm assuming any communications that this ad hoc would have to go through legal counsel on both sides in order to be released. Is that correct?
As far as no, I mean, as far as on the NDA, as far as communications, are you meaning public statements?
So yeah, basically, I want to address the public statement, because the biggest challenge I do see is, and I am supportive of the NDA, but the biggest challenge I see is that we're on a tipping point of where the litigation's going to come from.
Right.
And I want to be able to be as transparent as we can, but also frugal in the sense of I don't want to get sued.
Right. And how we've taken that position on this issue is that it doesn't limit the free speech of supervisors on issues of general public concern, that this NDA cannot be read that broadly, a provision that would limit general public conversation regarding the hospital cannot be prohibited by the NDA, and that we're going to try to limit the well, this is our initial thought, and it may evolve over time, is that the supervisors don't need to have that confidential information at that level right now. And it may change over time, but the consultants, Cecilia and the consultants on behalf of Salinas Valley Hospital, are the ones that are going to be really dealing with the confidential information at present, and it may evolve at some point in time. The key issue that this NDA is trying to prevent is disclosure of confidential information. And paragraph 4, although, it could have been, you could argue different ways to address paragraph 4. What it's really trying to do is a specific, process that can't limit all public speech regarding it. Now, if the ad hoc did want to be, on abundance of caution to, kind of have a public statement and, to take an extra level of caution, that's possible as well.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I think, and I think we are trying to do everything that we can to kind of save the hospital, and I know that there's concerns from some supervisors about the language, and you would think simply, well, let's just change the language, and we tried that, and it didn't work. This is the only way that we can possibly work together and find a solution, and so for me, it's incredibly important to save access to healthcare, quality healthcare in our community, and so I'm supportive of this NDA. As far as the ad hoc committee goes, I would recommend that it is Supervisor Curro and Supervisor Gonzalez. I don't think it should be me. My husband works for the hospital, and to complicate matters even further, my father sits on the hospital board for full transparency. So I am not a good person to sit on that ad hoc. And so Supervisor Zanger, I appreciate your comments earlier, but I think you had some concerns kind of with the NDA, and so I would suggest these two supervisors to sit on the ad hoc, if you're okay with that.
Again, though, I'm just trying to keep it, like I said, as little personal connection as possible. And I don't know how, maybe Supervisor Gonzalez can speak to it. I don't know if your connection with the interim CEO or not. I don't know if that's...
Well, the Casillas family and the Gonzalez family are what you'd call county natural born. And so we've gone to school together. We know each other. My mom worked at the hospital, I think, when her mom was on the board. Growing up in Hollister, you know one another. If you're not related to them, you're married into them, you're a cousin of a cousin, And so I've known Mary. I know the integrity of Mary, and I know that she's not quite getting a fair shot. Maybe the position that she's in, again, I don't want to speculate, but I think this ad hoc would be very advantageous. The city of Hollister went ahead and got their ad hoc together, and I believe it's going to be Mia Casey and Rick Perez, both of whom I work very well with. And I believe the hospital is working on their ad hoc as well. But because I have that connection with Rick and with Mia and Mary, I think it would just be welcoming for the conversations. We may not always agree, but we all have the same goal to save the hospital. There was a comment that was made that, oh, well, you want to give them $10 million. No, I don't. I want to save them. I want to find out what the plan is, but I don't know what the plan is. I don't know how to save them. I don't have the tools. But I did have a conversation in Monterey County yesterday, and I was informed that Senator Laird will come in and help us if we have a plan. If we can stop bickering with each other and we can start working together, and we can show legislators, Caballero, Rivas, Laird, that we can work together, then they can come in and help us. But they don't want to touch us right now because of all the animosity that has been going on with current supervisors, current city council members, and the media. That needs to stop. I promise I won't be adding any vitriol to this conversation.
I'm not worried about vitriol. I'm frankly worried about the opposite, just because I believe, and look, I grew up here too. I know it's a small town. I know how it goes. Everyone kind of knows everyone. But that was my point, was just that, well, maybe it'd be best to just take the people that are most removed, Supervisor Curro and myself probably being the ones that have the least connection to the hospital staff and whatnot. I just thought that would make more sense than having, I mean, I see the argument for having connection in that you could get to, you know them a little bit, but I would just say with the situation, with the issues, with how concerned the public is, with trustworthiness and transparency, I thought it would make the most sense to have no connection to the interim CEO or the board or anything like that. That's
Well,
kind of where I was coming from with it.
And I understand, but I also heard your comments regarding the NDA, that you're blowing it out of proportion more than it needs to be. But maybe you don't know me. I have ethics, and nobody can compromise my ethics. Nobody can buy me. I'm not for sale. And just because you're a friend, I mean, look what I did to Ray and Barbara right now, simply supporting the RFQ, RFP with, I will say it like it is. I get accused all the time. I think Ray said, putting it bluntly, B is what he called me years ago. And I'm like, I own that. Because, yeah, you did, Ray. Duh, come on. He was like, okay, B, putting it bluntly, B. And that's what I do. I tell the truth. I don't sugarcoat anything. I tell it like it is. It isn't always pretty, but it's always the truth. Always.
Thank you. No, Supervisor Curro, do you have anything to add? No? Okay, so do we need to vote on the ad hoc or?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, so would someone like to make a motion then for the ad hoc?
I'd like to move to place Supervisor Curro and myself on the ad hoc to serve for the hospital.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
So 3-1, Supervisor Zenger opposed. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we ratify the NDA.
No. Sorry. I'm sorry, we're not taking public comment right now. You had that opportunity already. Thank you. So we have a motion, and then do we have a second on ratifying the NDA?
Yes. I'll
Okay,
second.
so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
No.
3-1. Thank you. Let's take a 5-10 minute recess. Thank you.
You can bifurcate them. The motions, you can do that all the time. We can do that. You don't have to vote on it together. Any motion.
For the recess. Okay, so next we'll go to item 3.3, adopting a resolution for exception to the 180-day wait period per government code for Joel Ellenwood. County Council, will you be doing this one?
Assistant County Counsel Joel Ellingwood is going to be retiring on July 1st. This is being brought before the board to consider a waiver of the 180-day waiting period. Often this is considered like a resolution for Joel Ellingwood, but it's more it's regarding him, but it's actually about who's the best person that's qualified to provide the legal services for the Pacheco Stormwater District, and that's why it's being brought forth. The district did request via an email from the chair of that board that he could be continued to provide legal services, and it would be, just a few hours per month, because he's the one that's been most involved with forming the district and making sure that the easements are proper, and so that they can get and fulfill the terms of the grants that they're seeking to complete the levee repairs. There's a lot of legal work that will need to be done over the next year, so that's being brought forth for the board's consideration.
Thank you. Do we want to open it up to public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I have no public comment.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Anyone have any comments, questions? No? No? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, I'll go ahead. This item is primarily on the agenda because both Supervisor Zanger and I received an email from Michelle Schroeder, who is the chair of the Pacheco Storm District. And when the email initially came in, I was sympathetic of it. As I said, last night they had a meeting and I wasn't able to attend, but 3 members from the public from that region of Lover's Lane came forward. We have a resident here that's in the audience. They came forward and they stepped up to the challenge. And while I appreciate their desire to have Joel continue on here, with the recent item, the passing of the resolution to not the resolution, but the RFP and approving the other attorneys, I think there's a possibility that maybe somebody within the Prentice Long Firm might be able to assist. So while I initially supported this, I can't support this item, even though I've had a change in heart, and I can't support this passage, this item.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kosmicki, do you have any? No? Supervisor Curl, did you?
I just want to look at, especially since we're going to be transitioning to outside counsel, I agree with Supervisor Gonzalez to have this evaluated. I do want to raise a concern. This is, even though I commend staff on everything they've done during these storms to help resolve the future problems, we need to keep reminding these homeowners that this is a landowner jurisdiction and that they are in charge of the costs. Right now, this is all in-kind gifts that we're giving from the county due to the emergency, and I totally support that. But right now, I feel that we need to wait and have outside council evaluate this before we move forward. I would totally be open to looking at it in the future, but I want to just make sure that we understand, once we open a door like this, we have Pacheco Water District. They're also a landowner jurisdiction. We have others around the county. Once we open one door, I would feel very uncomfortable about not being able to be fair to all.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, I guess just a question for Supervisor Curro and Supervisor Gonzalez. Are we saying you want to look into outside counsel, but then retain the possibility of?
No, we passed in our prior agenda item to go to outside counsel. Yeah. I'd like them to evaluate this.
Okay.
As our counsel.
Okay.
And because right now, that's a property-owned jurisdiction, and they can do a Prop 218 and tax their residents to be able to fund an attorney for them. We're funding it.
Right. I understand. Just making clarity. Thank you.
Joel would know and can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that there's only like 60 parcels or so. How many parcels do you know off the top of your head? It's a very small, so I mean, with 60 parcels, even if you have $100 or $200 per parcel, you know, it's difficult to raise the amount of funds that are needed. So part of what the legal research or staff and legal over time is trying to expand the district boundaries. Those are all, and I don't want to get too much into that, but right now. But there's a lot of things to be able to make this a functional, viable district in the long run. And the reason this was formed is because in the last floods, I believe that the county spent like $750,000 on levee repair out of its own money because we did not have a functional district. And so this district was formed so it could get FEMA money to be able to, so we didn't have to bring those costs from the county. So that's where we're at right now, and I believe that staff at Public Works and, you know, legal, until the board directs us otherwise, is still providing legal, you know, assistance as far as, you know, clerking the meetings and trying to make this a functional district. And when the board feels that that's no longer appropriate, then you could provide direction to staff.
The Pacheco Stormwater District has easements to construct and maintain the levees and the flood channel. The county does not. Because that is the case and the district was not operable in 2017, the county was not eligible for hundreds of thousands of dollars in funding for levee repairs in 2017. With this storm incident, the Pacheco Stormwater District has been reinstituted by this board by appointing 3 members to the board. That district is now eligible for potentially $2.5 million of federal and state funding for levee repairs and debris removal. The investment of the county, the district has to come up with approximately 6% of the cost of the repairs from local sources, from non-federal sources. One of the sources that the county can provide is to pay up to half of the maintenance and construction costs out of its county road fund. That's what's authorized under the Stormwater District Act of 1909. And it's true that the district could be capable of, it is, first of all, it's not a landowner voting district, unlike the Pacheco Pass Water District. It is a voter election district. There are a total of 66 different properties within the it's less than 1,500 acres in this district, and most of it is agricultural land. The value of the land would unlikely support a significant bond issue to pay for district expenses. The county investment in helping provide the local match will secure the vast majority of funding, all but 6%. And so whether it's paying for my services or outside counsel and getting credit for the staff services that the county is providing through Public Works and through the planning staff that is providing support for creating a website for the district, hosting it on the county's website, preparing the agendas, posting them through Peak Agenda, that kind of staff support that the 3 volunteer members of the district are not capable of providing for the district. It's an investment in securing federal funding for a vital public health and safety clause and saving the county the cost and the responsibility of doing it. So it's not personal to me. I don't need this work, but I have helped gather the the vital information that's necessary to qualify this district for federal funding, and I'd like to help see it through. I can pass off the legal issues to Prentice Long or to whomever, but there's a learning curve. I've spent a lot of time and effort on the county's dime helping stand this district up and qualifying it for federal funding. So that's really the issue. You're welcome to decide however you see fit. I'd be happy to answer any other questions about that.
Thank you. Did Supervisor Kozmicki, do you have?
I'd just like to comment.
Supervisor Crowe?
We went through this in the storm after 2017 in the flooding. Why wasn't it brought to, I'm sorry, at the time I was the assistant county clerk, that this is a voting jurisdiction that requires an election of the voters?
The board, again, in the absence of candidates for the board, if there are vacancies, the Board of Supervisors has the authority to appoint.
I get that.
And that's what was done.
This has never been published as a voter jurisdiction. It's never been published in any of the elections since, I can't even remember when.
Well,
this is a conversation I want to have, and I think the county clerk needs to be pulled in on this. If this is a voting jurisdiction, that needs to be published with the election notice.
That's correct.
And recruit individuals to run for those offices. We did this, and we found that in the Pacheco Water District, that was done wrong for years, and it was a landowner jurisdiction, and I was told at that same time that the Storm District was also a landowner jurisdiction.
They are organized under different sections of the Water Code, and under the Water Code, the Pacheco Pass Water District is a landowner district, and the Stormwater District Act of 1909, under which the Pacheco Stormwater District is organized, provides that it is governed by the general election laws of the state. And the general election law says unless the enabling act for the district says it's a landowner district, it's a voter district. And so...
And there's no documentation they said it was a landowner. The reason I'm bringing this up is because this is things that should have been resolved back in the storm in 2017 when we did all the research on this jurisdiction and who was responsible and who wasn't. Because now I feel like the county does have a responsibility and we weren't living up to it. As a county, we have to know what our jurisdictions are for conducting elections. If this should have been a voter jurisdiction, this should have been voted on years ago, and it wasn't.
Yeah, well, there are memos,
and I'm not blaming you. I think
there are memos from the county council from 2000, when there was a different county council present, that concluded because no one's running and it's inactive, the board doesn't need to appoint anyone.
So then they have to dissolve the district. It wasn't dissolved. Was it?
It has not been dissolved.
So there's a process, and we failed in completing the process. I'm just a little floored that we are getting to this point now, because now you've dived in personally so much to pull all this out. I may have a change of heart on how I feel about this. If you can complete this and get it to the point that it is a clear jurisdiction and they're back to voting and they can raise, the funds that they need to be able to support their cost.
Well, I'm not sure that they can raise the funds that they need to support their costs, and that's something the district and LAFCO and the county will need to look at with the municipal service review and with the potential for consolidation with other water districts, whether it's the San Benito County Water District, the Pacheco Pass Water District, Valley Water District in Santa Clara County, are all possibilities. Because it's too small a scale to take on the cost of providing the flood protection that encompasses a much larger area than the defined district.
Okay, I right now am feeling that we should have been pushing this harder in the past. And information that was provided to me as an employee was not accurate information, because if I had known this back then, I would have ensured that we were always posting to have these positions filled, and I would have made a bigger deal about it. Right now, I'm in a position where I'm like, oh my gosh, if I knew then what I know now, would we have even had the floods occur in this last cycle? You know, we have to look at this holistically and come up with a solution for this area. And I thank you, Joel, for taking this on. I am going to change my position on this. I feel we do need to approve this contract and have Joel continue this work. But I do want it understood that Joel will be reporting to Prentice and Long on the findings and making recommendations to the board of what we should do moving forward. Those are my only.
Well, understand, I'm being retained to serve as counsel to the Pacheco Stormwater District, not to the County of San Benito.
And we're paying for it?
That's correct.
You're giving them counsel, and we're paying for it. So we need to have some collaboration between you and our council.
I certainly will be consulting with appropriate county council.
Because this is money on the county's dime, but it's a valuable investment in ensuring we don't go through these floods again. So I am going to change my opinion on this.
Supervisor
Contract is just brought today for the board's consideration. You're not voting on the contract today, you're just be approving the resolution. The contract's going to come back at a future date.
Just to clarify, the vote that the government code requires for CalPERS retirees is that the board has to consider in open session whether or not circumstances exist to justify waiving the 180-day waiting period. That's what's before you today. As far as a contract between the Pacheco Stormwater District and the county for providing professional services, which would include legal services, on the county's expense to be credited towards a local share for matching funds for federal funds, that's a separate item that would come back. And in fact, that was discussed at the Pacheco Stormwater District meeting last night, and they have some questions and concerns that they need to bring before this board regarding that agreement.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So the cost looks like it's fairly minimal. I see
I can assure you my hourly rate is less than Prentice and Long's.
But so 1,000 to 2,000 it seems a little low though. I just if you're going to be, it could be a little higher than that, I assume, right?
I'm being hired at my current hourly rate, less benefits. So, and I'm limited to 960 hours maximum, the actual amount of time necessary for the legal work for the district. It's estimated at 3 to 10 hours a month or something like that, but I've done a lot more work leading up to this point than that. So right now it's just the follow-through. Right. And there's a meeting scheduled with FEMA on Friday on a telephone call, conference call that I've been asked to participate in. So even though that's moving day for me. Anyway.
Well, congratulations on retirement.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so I just, considering some of the things I'm hearing from Supervisor Curro and the urgency, I think, of the item, your expertise on the matter, the relatively low cost, I think it makes sense to move forward. There is an out clause, obviously, so if there is some massive change of heart at some point, there's I think a 30-day out clause in there. And so I think it just is a rational decision to move forward. Thank you.
Does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Well, before the motion, I have been involved in the Pacheco Storm Creek District from the get-go, and I know all the work that you put into it. And so hearing Supervisor Curl's passionate plea, I too can change my position. I just figured we were bringing in a new law firm to come in, and that was one of their land use was one of it, and we could easily have had them utilize it. But again, not to belittle or discount your efforts. I know that you have worked tremendous hours investing in it to see that this district can get the FEMA funds. And so my initial no was not a reflection on you personally. It was more the direction that we're heading. But I can withdraw my no and support this idea as well, because I know what you've done. And I understand Michelle Schroeder. She too is an attorney. She has, the expertise, and she knows what she needs. And she had an impassioned email sent to both Supervisor Zanger and I a while back. And I couldn't promise her anything, but her initial email pulled on my heartstrings, and I wanted to lean toward this, but it was not going to be my decision. It was going to be the collective decision. So I will withdraw my objections to this as well.
Joel, could you clarify whether you wanted the agreement to be approved today or whether it's coming back in July? Because originally I think we had talked about it both ways, and
Well,
now it's on the
it's on
agenda
the
as
agenda.
approving it. And did you want it
The path
approved?
is there.
I haven't
Yeah.
looked at the most recent iteration
Yeah.
of the agenda item. If it's on for approval of the professional services agreement between the county and the district, then, certainly if it's properly agendized, then, I'd ask you to move on that also. That's a separate item.
So I see we have here adopt a resolution, So adopting a resolution pursuant to California Government Code 21224, requesting that CalPERS allow an exception from the 180-day waiting period for extra help. And then also approving an agreement between the county and the Pacheco Stormwater. Am I clear on that? We have both of those
Very
items?
clear, yeah, that's right. Two
Okay.
items.
I'll move to approve both those items per staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 3.4, receive a presentation from staff regarding illegal dumping and litter penalties mitigation efforts in San Benito County.
Hello again. Joining me today is Frankie Sanchez, the newest addition to our small but mighty integrated waste team. Frankie is our first ever illegal dumping and litter abatement coordinator, a position that is funded and shared between our two cities and the county, formerly called the Integrated Waste Regional Agency. And joining me by Zoom is Paulina Brenner with R3 Consulting, our regional agency solid waste consultant, who has been assisting us with strategic planning and technical support for these programs. If we can pull up the presentation. Today we're going to be providing you with a very brief overview of our county and state illegal dumping code, penalties, our existing programs, tools and cleanup projects currently underway, and our recommendations for cameras and penalties. Illegal dumping ordinances, penalties, and enforcement methods can vary significantly from program to program, and they're all tools to address illegal dumping that cannot work alone. In our research and discussion with agencies across the state, a framework of enforcement, eradication, and education, the 3 E's, must all work together for a jurisdiction to be effective in reducing illegal dumping. In San Benito County, county code prohibits illegal dumping. Enforcement is to be conducted by our county health officer. Informally, our county code enforcement staff and sheriff department staff have supported these efforts as well, but rules do need to be better defined. At the state level, illegal dumping is a crime and punishable by a fine up to $10,000 and up to 6 months in jail. Enforcement is by law enforcement. At the state level, any motor vehicle used for illegal dumping is subject to impoundment and potentially civil forfeiture. This is enforced by law enforcement. Penalties for illegal dumping can include cost recovery, administrative fines, or depending on what is dumped, a referral to the DA's office. This table illustrates the various administrative fines, criminal penalties, and civil action for our regional agency members. For San Benito County, the administrative fines start at $100 for a first offense, $250 for a second offense, and $500 for a third offense, with a not to exceed $2,500 for each violation or failure to comply. Up to $1,000 can be imposed and or 1 year in jail for a misdemeanor. Infractions start at $100 for a first offense and can go up to $500. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go into too much detail about our illegal dumping program survey draft report, which is being conducted by R3. A big thank you to Paulina on the line for all of her work on this. But we did want to share that we are researching and surveying illegal dumping programs from the 6 jurisdictions that are listed on this slide. And we look forward to returning to our current integrated waste local task force with the final report and recommendations on next steps. And we're happy to come to this board as well with the presentation. As far as our role as integrated waste staff, the regional agency cost-sharing agreement between the 2 cities and the county states that the county will coordinate an illegal dumping abatement program with the City of Hollister Code Enforcement and the county sheriff office and any other designated personnel. We have made illegal dumping and litter abatement a top priority for us, but it is much a work in progress. I did want to quickly go over some of our efforts and progress over the past few years. IWM continues to provide technical assistance and direct any calls to the appropriate agency, which can range from city and county public works staff, Workology, city and county code enforcement, and others, law enforcement as well. We are very grateful for our assistance and contract with Workology, which commenced in November of 2018, as they have been able to provide cleanup along the public right-of-way that runs along their haul routes. This takes the burden off of our public works staff and has allowed us to do a much quicker response to cleanup. And additionally, we rent out and offer free community cleanup supplies to the public, coordinate community cleanups. To help prevent illegal dumping, we provide free recycling and disposal events and programs all year long. And we continue to assist with general education and outreach. This is an example, our county website that we created in 2021 to act as a one-stop center for residents to learn how they can report and how they can get involved. What I see as one of our greatest developments this year is the hire of our illegal dumping and litter abatement coordinator. Frankie has truly hit the ground running, having only joined us in April of this year, and not to mention completely new to this field. I am confident that we can really give the time and attention needed to better address illegal dumping throughout the county. And with that said, I'd like to hand it off to Frankie.
Thank you, Selena, for the introduction. Good morning, supervisors, council, staff, and members of the community. My name is Frankie Sanchez. I grew up here in Hollister, California. Graduated in 2014 as a hay baler. After graduating, my studies took me to Incline Village, Nevada, where I studied at Sierra Nevada University, where I attained my bachelor's degree in environmental science and sustainability. With this degree, I hope to have a positive impact on my community by helping foster a culture of sustainability here in San Benito County. When I saw this position accepting applications, I was very quick to apply for the opportunity, and I'm extremely grateful to be a part of such a smart and passionate team who thoroughly enjoy what they do. And with that being said, I'm eager to get to work. Since being hired as the recycling and resource recovery coordinator that's focusing on illegal dumping, I have attended the illegal dumping conference in Alameda County, where I got the opportunity to learn directly from experts who have led successful programs and have effectively leveraged partnerships to address illegal dumping. And that's what this year's theme was at the conference, was partnerships. And it was very clear throughout learning from all of the programs that in order to have a successful illegal dumping program, partnerships are going to be a key component. Let's see. Since the conference, I have been reaching out to a lot of the connections that I had the opportunity to network with at the conference, and we've had some in-depth discussions about their current programs and how they have leveraged partnerships in their jurisdictions to address illegal dumping. One of the things that we want to work on in the next coming months is the development of an illegal dumping task force. And the goal with this is to coordinate with all local agencies who play a role in dealing with all aspects of illegal dumping. And we aim to develop a program that is thorough and cohesive, where all parties involved understand how important their role is and coordinate their efforts to address this issue as a team. And it's very important to note that this is going to be a team effort moving forward. So some recent examples of projects in San Benito County that have leveraged partnerships and teamwork are the illegal dumping tracking app. And this is something that GIS and IWM had worked together on. And it's just a resource that residents can use that allows them to specifically report the location of where an illegal dump site is, but also give us a brief description of what might be at that site so that we're better suited to go and deal with that when we send someone out there to go take action on it. Another example of teamwork and partnerships is the San Benito River cleanup. This is conducted by HHSA, but HHSA, IWM, and GIS went out there 3 different times to map out different hotspots of solid waste throughout the riverbed. And this is something that our contractor is now utilizing during the cleanup to help them understand what to pull out and what to leave. And it's very useful because there's pictures, exact locations, and a little description of what trash and solid waste is in that part of the river. Our coworker, Catherine Ramirez, has been diligently working to apply for a grant to fund the cleanup of San Juan Grade Road, which is kind of a problemed area in the county. And so we are working with the contractor Smith & Enright to have a cleanup underway sometime late July or early August of that road. And so I thought that would be a good example to bring up today. And as far as some potential next steps, I wanted to get into some fines. I know Selena brought up a slide earlier that showed our 3 jurisdictions' fines, but as a comparison, I wanted to show some other jurisdictions across the states and how they deal with fines and penalties of illegal dumping. And as you can see, the penalties vary significantly from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Some go as high as $10,000. And through studying all of this, we advised that a consistent fining process between the regional agency members would be more cohesive in understanding the fines and penalties for our jurisdictions. And so further coordination is needed, and conversations can start with the development of our illegal dumping task force. But at this time, we aren't recommending that the board increase penalties and maybe leverage the California State Code and the Vehicle Code in terms of enforcement, but we do look forward to bringing the discussion back about increasing the fines at a later date. And next, I wanted to talk a little bit about cameras. Currently, the county and the 2 cities deal with reports of illegal dumping in a reactionary way, but we must get ahead of the issue by implementing preventative measures. Cameras can aid in enforcement by providing evidence of the violation and will also act as a deterrent. Many jurisdictions around the state are deploying fleets of cameras that complement their existing efforts and aid in preventing and deterring illegal dumping. Typical planning for camera implementation would be to establish a budget, prioritize hotspots of illegal dumping, collaborate with stakeholders and local law enforcement to ensure that the use of cameras as a prevention tool will be effective and successful. An example would be Monterey County Board recently approved a camera surveillance pilot funding 6 Reconic surveillance series cameras at $8,000. These cameras include license plate capture abilities, glare reduction. The staff is able to retrieve the images from their cell phone, and all the cameras are battery powered. IWM staff plans to fund a similar pilot within the first half of the new fiscal year and test these at known hotspots such as San Juan Grade Road and in the San Benito River, as we mentioned earlier. And we will be returning to the board during the second half of the fiscal year to report on progress, and we will continue to research best practices in terms of camera placement, monitoring, and data tracking. And then this is just kind of an overview of some other potential goals that we have in the near future. I don't want to spread myself too thin with all these things going on, so I would like to focus kind of on the illegal dumping and litter abatement task force, as well as this camera pilot project. But here's an idea of where we're headed in the future in terms of illegal dumping programming. And here's an awesome quote that was put together in the illegal dumping draft report by Paulina. Thanks again, Paulina, for the awesome work that you guys did in putting this together, but I'd like to read this. To be effective, there must be sufficient staff resources, trained enforcement officials, clear lines of authority, timely prosecution, and support from the judicial system. And this is kind of an overarching quote just showing that it really is going to take collective effort of partnerships and teamwork in order to have a successful program in the county, and I'm excited to get to work with everybody. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Frankie, and welcome to the team. Thank you, Selena, and all of your staff for putting this together. Did the consultant want to speak to anything, or just if there's questions later?
Paulina, if you're on the line, do you mind just sharing a few words about the report?
Sure. Yeah. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today, and also the opportunity to work with the county and Selena and her staff. They've been great to work with, and it's really exciting to see the progress that Frankie has made, and looking forward to seeing the development of their program. When we were working on this report, I'll just say one of the things that we looked for in determining which cities and counties and areas that we surveyed is we wanted to try to find programs that we knew that were well established and would have successful program components to share with the county for their consideration, and also looking at different areas that had some of the same components of being rural. Like in Palmdale, for example, they have a lot of rural properties where they have illegal dumping, which seems similar to San Benito County. So that was sort of our focus, is finding existing well-developed programs, and then programs that seem to match and be more aligned with the type of county San Benito is. And if anybody else had questions specifically, like Selena mentioned, the EEE, eradication, education, enforcement, or the PACE model is what we found is most effective. Similar acronym, but it's prevention, abatement and cleanup, and enforcement. And all of those components need to work in conjunction with each other in order to be effective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we go to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I do have Greg Alvarado.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to say I agree with this that's going on. The only thing suggestions that I have is I didn't hear anything about Trespass Creek. And my brother and sister, their property where they're at, they got a perfect view of the Trespass Creek at the crossing of Southside Road. And they see a lot of illegal dumping going on down there. One suggestion I might have for you is at the where the bridge is on Southside Road. There's 2 signs down there, fair size signs that quote the Fish and Game and Vehicle Code penalties. And it seems like it stopped everything over there, that maybe you might put something at the other low water crossing, that might help also. I know that you can't see a lot of the dumping that's going on back there because there's so much overgrowth. People drive in there a couple hundred yards, dump it, you don't ever see it. But you can see, I know, there's a couch that's sitting down there, there's a mattress, there's some pipe. Some of it might have got washed down when we had the floods. The property owners did put a fence up in the fall. We had the floods, it took out the fence. So they've tried. That's my only comment.
Next in chambers, Elia Salinas.
I apologize. I I have a mint in my mouth, and it's medicated, and it's not cannabis medicated. Okay. I think this is a great idea. Thank you to this young man who went away and then came back and found a job in San Benito County. I'd love to see more of that happening here. I would like to know when and what locations. I think it's the route for recology about picking up trash. You all know how I feel about recology. I know that Waste Connections actually had a crew of 5 people that were going out there, and people were calling and saying that they appreciated the fact that there was actually an effort to going out and picking up trash along the roads. I would like to know, what is the history in San Benito County for fines and for penalties? I mean, how many people have actually been prosecuted? And I saw that our district attorney showed up. I think he's going to make a comment with regards to this exact subject, because it was Mr. Alvarado who told me earlier that actually his family took a picture of the license of the vehicle and what they did, what, you know, the littering that they did, and the response from the sheriff's office is, we can't do anything about it because we have to see it ourselves. The cameras are great. They're going to capture the license plates, but who's the driver? I borrow trucks from friends all the time, and maybe I'm the one that's out there. Is it going to be to the registered owner? So there's a lot. And now the tiger salamander is an endangered species. We all know that. So I'm going to Supervisor Kosmicki on this one, because we know how we want to get rid of the homeless out in San Benito Creek, or the river. I think maybe this is a way you should use this. And I know it's a different subject, but I just thought about it actually last night when Richard Bredencourt brought up the subject about the monies that was going to be used to help protect the tiger salamander. And I'm like, oh, well, let's get rid of the people because it's an endangered species and nobody should be down there and nobody should be trashing the San Benito Creek. So I think this is a great idea, but how is it enforced? And I know it says resources, enforcement, abatement. Well, we lack resources. I think this is a great idea, don't get me wrong, but I think when they come back, I'm hoping that they're going to give you the report. It's going to say how it's going to be implemented, because it all sounds great. I mean, right now, everybody knows if you throw something out the window, it's a $1,000 fine, but there's never a CHP around anyway to see you, so there's trash along the road. So I'm very interested, actually, to seeing what our district attorney has to say, too. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Mr. Buckingham.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. I actually been watching remotely, as I sometimes do at these Board of Supervisors meetings, and this was an exciting item on the agenda that I did want to comment and encourage the Board of Supervisors regarding. I think this is a fantastic idea. I know it's something that my office, that I take seriously. Shortly upon coming into office, there was a case that I was reviewing where the defendant, well, there was a U-Haul truck and stuff was being dumped into the river. There is a misdemeanor level of prosecution, especially when it's in the water areas of our community. And I think that that's very important for us to take seriously. We can use the cameras, the circumstantial evidence put together, and attempt to make cases when we have those kind of illegal dumpings. If we don't take the river seriously, if we don't take illegal dumping seriously, that it destroys the environment for all of us. And I think every single one of us in the community can agree in terms of the importance of the environment. It's not a political issue. It's not a right-left issue. All of us want to have a river where the storm flows are able to go out to sea and not get obstructed, and as well as drive along the roads and not see trash littered everywhere. So one of the things that I've actually also been working with my Bureau of Investigation on, this is a little bit of I'm working on it quietly, but we've been developing game cameras and trying to put those out for discouragement of different activity as well, whether it's shootings and other things, but also when I see graffiti, I like our office to sometimes take a little bit of a proactive approach in terms of, let's put that out there and see what we can find. How likely is it that we're able to ultimately catch? Here's the fact of the matter. If you don't put your line into the water, you won't catch anything at all. That's absolutely guaranteed. You got to put the line in the water. Sometimes you have to wait. Sometimes it takes hours. But eventually, if you keep at it and you keep baiting the line, you will catch something eventually, right? We don't tend to starve no matter how hard you fish. So I think it's important to take these steps. I'm thrilled with the Board of Supervisors for doing it. You have our commitment to stand behind the Board of Supervisors and do what we can to effectively prosecute when it's detected and found. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Stacy McGrady.
Thank you so much. I think this is a great step forward. I just am hopeful that, or I'm considering, it would be useful if this would be a tool that could also help mitigate, because we have two separate issues, I think. There's people who dump things out of a vehicle, and then there's separately the homeless encampments or the abandoned encampments. And I'm wondering if this could be a tool that would help encourage the homeless encampments, the people to move into the homeless resources that are available, and that this would be a tool to help forward those efforts, as well as, you know, mitigating the dumping from vehicles that we also see. And then the second part of that is the cooperation with law enforcement to make sure that the video footage is made available to law enforcement in a timely manner, and we're not just gathering data just to gather it and not share it. So thank you so much.
We also have Miss Valerie Eglin on Zoom. You've been unmuted, ma'am, and you have 3 minutes. You need to unmute yourself as well, Miss Eglin. I've clicked it twice now. Not sure why she's not getting there, but I guess we can go to the next. No public comment. Okay, no further public comment.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board. Any comments, questions?
Got
Supervisor
comments?
Zinger?
Thank you. Thanks. All right, thank you for the presentation. This is great. Been pushing for this, so it's really great to have it. And welcome, Frankie. We actually met in high school, so it's pretty cool. We're both now working for the county here, trying to help out. But thank you. So I had a couple questions. I might have misheard you, Frankie. You said you today do not advise increasing the fines. Why is that?
Right now, we want to bring most of the enforcement officials to the same table through the illegal dumping task force. We haven't brought them all to the same table. It's more been individual conversations between me and them. So in further conversations, we would like to sit down to see who we can delegate these tasks to, and then see who can take on the role of going out and actually enforcing the fines and making sure that proper justice is taken in according to these illegal dumping violations. And I just don't think we're there yet. And so I did kind of mention I don't want to stretch myself out too thin. I just want to make sure that when we do increase these fines, that the proper steps are taken so that they're actually being enforced properly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But we could increase them, and then when that all gets worked out, it'll already be in place, right? Would that work, or if we wanted to?
The board could definitely elect to ask for an increase in the penalties, but the penalties right now, as they are with the city of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, the county, they're all in a very similar price range. And so our recommendation would be to bring those various parties to the table to talk about setting similar fines at the same level so that our programs are more.
Well, my guess, my concern would be I'd like to see it where San Jose is at the first offense 2,500, and I'm worried that if Hollister isn't on the same page, then we can't do that. I'm fine with just having the counties much higher personally than the cities if they don't want to go that route. But I guess we'll see how the rest of the board feels. Other than that, I like the camera idea a lot, obviously, and as far as I wish Mr. Buckingham had stuck around. I had a question for him about that, but because I guess I don't know if it's maybe you guys can help me out, but do we have information on how often anyone is, I guess, fined right now for illegal dumping? Is that rare? Does that ever happen?
Well, what the DA was explaining earlier, that was all news to me, and that's awesome. So that was not any cases that we've been involved with, but it's great to see other departments working towards that. I think in our conversations with Robin, who is here with code enforcement for the county, she is, during her it's been about, what, a year now, or 8 months, almost a year, and I don't think there has been any cases that have been brought to county code enforcement that have gotten to that level.
Okay.
One of the things that may be brought back to the board at some future point in time, and you can evaluate it, is whether to give peace officer powers to code enforcement and, enforcement officers and integrated waste, not maybe specific people, but the practice of possibly hiring retired sheriff's deputies to be able to cite infractions directly to court, like a ticket. And that's something that we're exploring, because it's I've used it in a different county. It's very, very effective. At least it was there. So, that's so that's another topic that we're going to be discussing.
Right, and Paulina's on the line. She's done a lot of great research, I believe, with the City of Oakland. Did you want to add anything about the peace officers, Paulina?
Yes, thank you, Selena. Yeah, in Oakland, they have environmental enforcement officers that were given the power of arrest, and they were able to, I believe, issue penal code violations as well. So it's a little bit different than, I think, full peace officer authority, but they had some additional authorities through their municipal code beyond just what a typical code enforcement officer can do. And that seemed to be effective there.
Okay, great. And so I know you mentioned San Juan. Sarah mentioned San Juan grade. Do you have a short list of like the hot spots other than that right now that you could rattle off maybe? Just
Well, San Juan alone, San Juan Grade Road has 5 hot spots we've identified that will all be cleaned up regardless of whether or not we receive the grant. That would definitely help towards the preventative measures, fencing, other things like that, maybe potentially more cameras. Outside of that, with the cleanup that's being conducted by Recology, some of the cleanup that is being conducted by the landfill operator, there are other hot spots identified. I didn't bring that list with me, but we're happy to return back to the board with a better map of those.
Sure. And if you could just email it whenever you get a chance, that'd be great. I'd like to have it as soon as possible. But thank you. So I guess generally I'm in favor of basically doing everything we can to prevent this as much as possible, fines, cameras, everything like that. So I'm interested to see how the rest of the board feels.
Yeah, if I could just make one more comment with any signage, as far as preventative measures, Frankie had mentioned, we can use the current existing California code, which is that $10,000 fine. So that can still be used as a preventative measure for posting, as in addition to the county choosing to increase their fines for administrative.
Thank you. Supervisor Kosmicki, do you have?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and so Supervisor Zanger and I, if I recall correctly, independently broached this topic. I broached this in 2022, and so we think alike on this issue for certain. So this is one of the most, to me, it's one of the most important issues. I know we got a lot of most important issues in the county, but to me, enough is enough with this rampant nature of, dumping that we've seen in our county. And I know we have dedicated staff, Selena and now Frankie, and welcome to the county. And I thought maybe you two had gone to high school together when you mentioned the timeline there, so that's great. But this is all about us really preserving the beauty of our county. This county is an open, rural place, and that feeling that you get when you drive around and you see this stuff, whether it's trash littered along Union Road or the folks on Salinas Road that have called me dozens and dozens of times about the illegal dumping, and of course then I follow up with the conversations with you folks, and you're always very responsive. I have to say your office gets on these things really quickly when you're notified, so I appreciate that. But we've got to arm you with more tools to really send a strong message in this community that we are not going to put up with illegal dumping. And that could be people that are dumping as they drive, or bringing their mattresses out in the middle of the night and finding a spot and just dumping them, or couches. And Or it can be the homeless issue. We have to take advantage of, I know the law is tricky, but when we have the opportunity to go out and get the trash that's littered all over the place, and the folks that are maybe residing in the riverbed, once they're away from those areas for whatever period of time, they allows us to get in there and get that stuff. We need to be aggressive with this. So Salinas Road, San Juan Canyon Road, just for clarification, I know we use a lot of terms because Salinas Road is really the one that I hear the most. I have heard San Juan Canyon some as well.
I believe Salinas Road becomes San Juan Grade Road.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
so I just want to make sure that's clear. I know once you get over into over the hill and everything, it changes. So I'm on the same page as Supervisor Zanger. When I saw the graphic and I saw those numbers, and that San Jose has done 2,500 to 10,000, that seems like it's right in the wheelhouse for me. I would support doing that and moving forward and recommending moving forward right now on that. I know we have to work with the cities, but I agree with Supervisor Zanger that, they may have a different perspective, and that's okay. But I'm not willing to compromise on this. I'm not willing to compromise and only increase a certain amount and send a message that we're not being as forceful as we really should be if we are up here representing our community. And I know this is a really important issue for our residents. And so I'm in favor of 2,500 to 10,000. I'm in favor of giving direction to move ahead on that right now. As far as going through the process and ordinances and things that we have to do. Cameras, signs, I agree. I think we should put a fairly significant investment toward that. I think we should really kind of blow it out of the water with this stuff. I mean, we don't want to litter our community ourselves with signs and cameras, but we got to make it noticeable that there's a change of mentality in local government, that we are no longer going to accept this, and we are going to come find you. We are going to catch you. And I'm glad to see that our DA is on board. Our sheriff isn't available, but I have a feeling he'll be on board and really addressing this issue. Speaking of, I appreciate the county council's suggestion about, I think that should be in the toolbox as well when we bring back this discussion again, as far as giving the enforcement authority to folks that maybe don't necessarily traditionally have that, the environmental officers and such. I'd like to see that. The cameras, we should have some of those really good cameras with the technology to get license plates and all that. But I also think, it's worth at least considering using a blend of camera options, just because we can't afford to put $8,000 cameras on every corner. The game cameras, I think, are a great idea that the DA brought up. We used Ring cameras at the Anza Trail when I first got on this board. That was one of the biggest issues at the Anza Trail, was the break-ins that were going on there, and we worked collaboratively and brought the Ring cameras to that area, and it has, from what I understand, it's made a substantial difference with between the signs and the cameras, and really stopping those activities. And I think that could be used as an example of this really does work. If you put the cameras out, you put the signage out, and you're very aggressive with it, you find all the hot spots. I mean, we really need to send a message on this. And as far as outreach, I think we should be, it should be a top priority as far as outreach. Whether it's your department, I think we should bring the landfill folks into this, because they have experience with this as well. When I've talked with them in the past, they have, they're as much of experts as you guys are, probably, because they deal with people dropping the mattresses so far away from the landfill, and well, why aren't you just driving it up there when we have these free program days? And that's the other thing, the outreach that I know we do, but that should also be part of the discussion, as far as how do we expand that outreach and make sure we really hammer it home. You don't need to drop the mattress or the sofa on Union Road or Salinas Road. Take it up to the landfill. You're not going to be penalized. There's certain days and whatnot where you can drop it. I don't think it's even that expensive.
Mattresses are free.
Mattresses are free every day.
Yes, I knew. I didn't want to cite that.
For a day per
Right.
household.
And so getting that out there, whether we do it through Google ads or Facebook ads or whatever, that's a huge consideration. I just think most people don't know that. You know, it's such a great resource to have that you like, look, come on, stop dropping mattresses in our neighborhoods and turning our community into a dump. You know, just drive up to the landfill. You're not going to get penalized. It's free. I think that should be a big part of it as well. And then sorry, I'm just kind of going through here. Said that already. Yeah. So I just, you know, I don't need my notes on this one. I just feel really passionate about this, that this needs to be something that is at the forefront for us to keep our community beautiful. That's what we are. We're a beautiful community, and we need to take pride in that. And we can't allow this anymore. We just can't. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, were the cameras 8,000 each, or were they?
No, the cameras were 8 cameras for 8,000.
That's what I thought. Okay.
6 cameras for 8,000, 2 of which have that special glare reduction component. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes. Supervisor Kazmicki, you almost stole my whole presentation, so thank you. I've been a fan of Selena and her department for a long time, and I've had this gem of knowledge for over a month, and like a fat cat holding on to it and not being able to share it. I did share a tidbit at the Business Council, but welcome aboard, Frankie. I look forward to you and the whole department doing what you need to do. You didn't give us a hotline number, because remember, there was a hotline number. So what is that telephone number, first of all? So the public is hearing. Is it just going to be your integrated waste line?
Yeah, just the integrated waste line, 831-636-4110. And any general inquiries can be directed there, or residents can email us at sbciwm@cosb.us. Frankie had shared the illegal dumping reporting app that has not been launched yet, but that could be an alternative method for residents to report their exact location or pinpoint it to the location they saw the dumping occur, and use that as well.
Okay. And you know that saying where it says it takes a village, and then the motto, reduce, reuse, recycle? Well, Frankie, you got to come up with some sort of motto that we can kind of share. And I like what Supervisor Kosmicki said. So something to the line of beautify San Benito County, keep San Benito clean, something to that effect. But I know you gave me a gem, and I will let you share that. I don't recall the exact verbiage that you gave us, but thank you. As to the fines, very rarely will you find me and Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Zanger on the same tone and note, but I echo those completely. Whatever we can do to make a deterrent so that people don't find it easy to dump their trash. And at our last Board of Supervisor meeting, we were kind of communicating before the meeting started, and by 10 o'clock in the morning, you guys had already taken care of the mess that I had seen on Shore Road, right at the Lake Road sign. So again, they're already putting in action what they have said. And I would echo the concerns about San Juan Grade Salinas Road. I drove there yesterday after our Board of Supervisors meeting, and that same spot that used to be an encampment now has an abandoned white pickup truck and trash that's there. I see the trash that's kind of coming over the side of the hills, and so whatever we can do, I would concur with the cameras. And I'm gonna challenge my board here. Each of us on July 1st get a supervisor discretionary fund of $3,000. So I'm gonna put a challenge to all 4 of you here sitting on the board with me. And on July 1st, when we get funded, I will put $1,000 toward the cameras for my discretionary funds, and I'm hoping the others will do the same thing. But I know Kosmicki had did this with his district, and so I'm really copying him. It's not a unique thought. Thank you. But I'm challenging you all to do the same, because if we really want to keep our county beautiful and rural, then we have to put our money where our mouth is. And if $8,000 is going to buy you 6 cameras, just imagine what $5,000 additional dollars will get you. Yeah. Okay, but let's see, make sure I have all my points. Lisa says, I'm excited about this. I like the idea of the hotspots. I thank you for that. And if I haven't said welcome aboard already, Frankie, welcome aboard. I thank you. You're going to be a great team member. And yes, that's all that I want to say. But thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Supervisor Curl?
Okay, well, everything's pretty much already been said. I will say there is one other number you have on your website about large amounts of illegal dumping in waterways, and that's a 408 number. Is that still a valid?
I think that might be cheer.
Is that cheer?
Herman Garcia, which if
Okay.
we get calls directly to us and we find that it's within so many feet of a waterway, we would then refer it to Herman
Okay.
Garcia with cheer.
Okay, that's great. And I really can't wait until this new app is sent out. So please make sure that it comes to all of the board members so we can publicize it. I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. Outreach is super, super important. We need to make a statement. I'm totally supportive of the fine increase. We have to make a statement, and as a board, we have to stand behind it, but we also need budgeting for enforcement. I just see this is, not to say I'm watching dollars. Enforcement costs money, and how are we going to collaborate together for the enforcement? So we really need to look at policy and how we write, how giving you guys the tools you need in your tool belt, which I love that tool, but also having staff from other departments collaborating and understanding that this is a very important mission of this board, and we want to address it as a community and as a team. I think that would be very powerful for our community. South County, Cienega, I got hot spots. I'll get you a map. I drive down there. I know where they do it. I just never get to see them. So I will start taking photos and getting you some data. Budget enforcement. See, I'm doing my checkoff list. Colin, I got collaboration, and I agree with the fines. Okay, I think that's it. Thanks. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot more to add. I think everything's been pretty much said. I just really appreciate all of the effort. I think we're moving in the right direction. I'm excited to meet with a neighboring county to see kind of what they're doing. I'm going to be going with some staff, and so I'm really looking forward to that, learning more about what our kind of neighboring counties are doing, so that I think it really kind of helps with being consistent. And you're on San Juan grade, and then it turns into Monterey County, and so I think it's really great. And so I'm excited to work locally with the city of San Juan and the city of Hollister and the county. So I just appreciate all of the effort, and I think we're moving in the right direction, and I'm supportive of the cameras. I'm supportive of the increase in fines. And so I think that's it for today, right? You were getting some feedback from us on the cameras, the fines, and you were giving the presentation. Is there anything more that you're looking from us?
Sounds like the board would want to make a recommendation to increase the fines and have us go through the public hearing process to be $2,500 for the first offense, $5,000 for the second, and $10,000 for the third offense.
Madam
I'm
Chair.
open to looking at that. I don't know that we want to set an exact amount right now. I think
Madam
it'd be
Chair,
great.
I would like to make that recommendation, that we start the process to move forward on doing whatever's necessary to increase the fines from $2,500 to $10,000.
I'll second that.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm going to say no, just because I want to look at I want to look what other jurisdictions are doing. So Sotelo is opposed on this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now let's move on to item 3.5, receive an update regarding Public Record Act requests.
Is it possible for us to do the closed session? We do have legal counsel standing by for that. At 12, it should only take a half an hour or so.
Yeah,
and then
sure,
we can have
absolutely,
this
so we can
resume.
reconvene.
Also, it came to my attention that the PowerPoint link is broken, so we're going to fix that during the closed session.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and, so let's break for closed session.
I'm only going to be doing item 5.2. We're going to remove 5.1 from the agenda. 5.2, if there could be any public comment on that.
If you'd like to make a comment regarding 5.2 in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. I have no public comment.
Pardon? No.
Thank you. So we're anticipating about 30 minutes, so we should be back in here about 12:30, 12:40.
12:30, 12:40?
Yeah. Thank you.
Let me talk, Eckham. The presentation. Let me try to see. No reportable action.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to item 3.5, receive an update regarding Public Record Act requests.
All right. Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm Eckham, your Deputy County Counsel. I'm here to present to you, as requested, on Public Records Act requests in the county, how we handle them, and some considerations going forward. So before our office took this on, we did use Next Request, but even before that, we used to just do things through an Excel sheet. And so with Next Request is what we use now. There's a lot more effective tracking. We just use the software as our back end and our front end. That's facilitated a lot of improved communication and tracking on our end, and we're able to really go into granular detail with every single request and see when we added staff, what staff has said. We're able to manage all of our documents in one place, one centralized location, process them, redact them, review, release, the entire process from beginning to end. It's a really, really useful tool. And throughout this whole process, our philosophy is really, how do we make all of our records as accessible as possible? How do we be as transparent in accordance with the Public Records Act? And how do we really facilitate people getting their records that they're entitled to as soon as possible, with all the appropriate redactions, of course. Now, in terms of trends, we've received a huge increase in the amount of requests in the years that we've been tracking this stuff. There's sort of a real exponential curve here in terms of we have a few requests that are just really voluminous and really cost the county a lot of money. So as the slide says, since 2021, we paid almost $400,000, and this is just for literally less than a handful of requests. And so part of this is just how things are trending. So if you look at the statistics sheet in front of you, you'll see that 2021, which is the year that we have full reports where we had less than 400. Last year we had about 565. We're on trend for like somewhere near that amount, maybe more, maybe less. There's departments that are consistently getting requests. RMA is one of them, but that's a natural one because people want to know about details on the properties that they have or that they're considering buying. Sheriff, of course. We've had a big increase in the amount of PRAs that the elections department gets, and that's just because of like political forces. But we've tried to really hone our process in terms of how do we make this as efficient as possible. So we have a lot of like draft responses. We try to have templates and things that are really consistent. So for like elections, we have all of the draft templates, because all that stuff is already approved. So we know, like, hey, if you want your statement of vote, here you go. If you want everything broken down by precinct, here you go. So we don't have to spend too much staff time on every single request. We already have the links ready to go. And so we try to be as efficient as possible, especially for the repeat requests. We really try to redirect people as soon as possible, so that if they're asking for something that we don't have, if they're asking for something that San Juan Bautista has or that the court has, we try to just get that out of the way as soon as possible, so we're not A, wasting staff time, but B, also not leading the requester on to think that, hey, the county's going to give me this document. Hey, we don't have it, so we just direct them to the right place just to be efficient and to help them as much as we can. And all of this is, again, really looking at things both with an eye towards how do we provide maximum transparency, but how do we also save the taxpayers' money? How do we do things in a way where there's already such a huge burden on the county as stated. And so we try to handle all the requests that we can in-house, given that we do have the staff capacity to handle most requests, but the ones that come in and they're like 50,000 records or 60. Sometimes we had a request a couple years ago that was hundreds of thousands of records. This person wanted, this was during COVID, they wanted all the records with vaccine in them or all the records with the word death in them, and that's just not something that the county has the capacity to handle in-house. So we have to take stuff like that with outside counsel. But whatever we can handle, we're really committed to handling all of that in an efficient way and avoiding unnecessary costs to taxpayers. To that end, we've had a lot of movement that's both as a reaction to things that have happened, but also looking proactively. How do we ensure that, okay, whatever's happened's happened, but going forward, how do we minimize costs? How do we have that efficiency? So a lot of what we're looking at is software. So how do we use today's technology to really engage in this service in the way that's smart and data-driven. So what we're already implementing is archiving social for social media requests. We have a lot of social media posts, a lot of different departments that are constantly posting, and if we have a request for that, and we've had requests that have bordered on that, but we now have the capacity to really go through all of our social media. It's all archived, so if we have requests related to that sort of stuff, we can really produce that in a much more efficient way instead of previously be doing it manually. But now we have one centralized portal where we can pull all that information and extract it, release it, review it. It's already public, so we can really do that a lot faster than we could have before. Going forward, we're going to be presenting the CAO with records management software generally. This is called iPro. We have the contract pretty much ready to go. I'm just waiting on the final draft from them, and then it's approved as to form. So that's going to be a huge help, both for current PRAs, stuff that's being litigated, but also going forward. The ability to really deduplicate, coordinate better, set up rules for automatic sorting, just really how can we automate a lot of this stuff, because a lot of it is repetitive. A lot of it is the same stuff over and over again. And we know if there's the email from one of the county attorneys to a client that says attorney-client confidential, we should probably flag it, and then we can manually review it. But how do we cut down on that sort of repetitive work? And an important consideration here that I wanted to highlight is that the PRA and how we respond to it can kind of be a double-edged sword. So we can have, we can do a lot of good for the public. We can have a lot of positive outcomes that come when we have transparency in terms of community engagement, how people can benefit from the knowledge that we've accumulated, our records. But also it's been used as a way for people that don't necessarily have the most positive intentions for the county. It's being used in political ways, or for people that want to use it for legal ends. So they don't want to do discovery, they do the PRA because it's oftentimes cheaper and less expensive for them. And so the ways that the Public Records Act has been weaponized is, of course, not something that we can do a lot about just as a county. That's something for the legislature to consider, something for the judicial branch to consider, but it is something that affects us because that's just the current understanding of the Public Records Act request in California. Going forward, we should really, our recommendation is that we should consider rethinking document management generally. A lot of ideas have been floated in terms of records retention. How do we, maybe we just don't keep these records beyond the point that we need to. So if we don't need the stuff, then let's get rid of it, and then we can really just not even have to review them. And that's a consideration that needs to be implemented countywide in terms of having buy-in from all the relevant stakeholders, of course, county administration, the department heads, elected, appointed. That needs to be a sort of countywide effort. But I think it would be worthwhile because of just how much time and effort and money that's been dedicated to addressing PRAs. And of course, that applies to every type of document. So not just emails, but documents, text messages, IT records generally. Those are all considerations for your board. That's pretty much all I had, but would love the opportunity to address any further questions or any considerations, comments, suggestions that you would like.
Thank you so much, Ekam. Do we have any public comment on this item?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I have no public comment.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board. Any comments, questions from the board?
Madam Chair, just great presentation. Very impressive. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Curl?
I really thank you so much for this. I really want the public to know the volume of public records requests that we have, and highlighting that we do have a portal on public records requests that's open to the public and available where they can search. Right now, I think there's over 1,222 request counts in this new system that we have, and how you can make a public records request. But I do want to look forward and potentially have a future agenda item or a conversation with my colleagues here on rethinking document management for this county and record destruction, not just retention. We do have a record retention policy that was put in place, but actually a policy that requires documents to be destroyed by their actual destruction dates. I inherited 3 departments that did not follow their legal required and had to do the cleanup. I don't recommend any new department head have to go through that kind of cleanup. It's not fun if you don't know what records you have and what records you don't have. And I think we need to potentially on a future agenda item have a policy about how long, having each department responsible for understanding where their records are, and talk about potentially an archive location where these can be secured and not have the crammed building locations that we have in this county, where we're putting records in locations just because we have no place to put them. So I would be interested in passing on to the Facilities Committee a future item about document retention and where that could be. And thank you again so much, County Council and ECM, for putting this on.
Yeah, I concur with Supervisor Curro. Thank you for the presentation, and I do think we should look at some document management, and hopefully the Facilities Committee would be open to that. It looks like Supervisor Gonzalez has a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. Your energy was just enormous. You came in with such vigor and gusto. Thank you. Sometimes we kind of forget that we just have a monotone speaker, but I appreciated that. You woke me up. But I wanted to go on the record too that since my tenure here as a board member, we have seen an evolution of the Public Records Act system that the county has, and I think that we have made major improvements. And so wherever it might have been prior to Supervisor Kosmicki and I coming on board, I'm glad to see us going in a positive direction, and so this board is going to benefit from it as well. So keep up the good work, and thank you very much for your presentation.
CAO Espinosa.
Yeah, thank you. You stole my thunder there. I was going to highlight that there has been a lot of work since you left the county. I'll want to give kudos to Vanessa and her team. There's been a lot of work uploading during COVID. There was CRF funding and ARPA funding that we actually utilized to basically copy a lot of the data that we have in all these different sites and upload it into the system. So we're getting close. I know we were just talking about it the other day about almost finalizing that soon. So we'll have a lot of the documents that we store uploaded in the system. But I think it's a great conversation to have at the Facility Committee because we can discuss it countywide and making sure that everyone's doing the same thing. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, Supervisors.
Okay, now moving on to item 3.6, RMA.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. I apologize that I have to follow an energetic young man such as Eckham. What I've done today is just create a few slides based on the text from the actual board item, so I'm not adding information. Just wanted to present it up on the screen for y'all. And I'll probably actually fast forward real quick to a map to just show you the area that we're discussing. So back in 2020, our sheriff, our code enforcement, and Fish and Wildlife, and a few other folks visited 17 lots that were located in South County. And you probably can't see that too well, but if you were to drive down Highway 25, kind of veer southeasterly on Pinoche Road and travel about an hour on Pinoche and eventually head easterly on a dirt road, you would find yourself going over a hill and down into a valley known as Willow Springs. And that area is pretty much made of 40-acre lots. It's very rural. Great place if you'd like to live off the grid. Some beautiful sites out there. And so law enforcement and those other folks visited those properties. Back in 2020, there were 17 lots that were visited, and notices of violation were issued to those 17 lots, primarily for different illegal activities. And a lot of them were growing illegal things at the time and without permits, and had done some structures erection and some innovative well creation, drilling their own wells and all kinds of fun things. And so that team of law enforcement, code enforcement, and others essentially issued these notices of violation back in 2020 and said, you need to do X, Y, Z to clean this up right away. And if you don't, the fines that we're going to be accumulating were $1,000 per day back then. And since that time, one very, very important item I don't want to miss or overlook is that every single one of those lots, there was not a single property owner that was actually, taking part in these activities. Unfortunately, they were all leased to other folks. And so we issued the notices of violation, and since that time, every single one of the perpetrators, there was one that had kind of stayed for a while, but now he's, I think, out of the state. They've all abandoned the lots. So all 17 lots are abandoned. They're kind of overgrown. There's some various states of structures and some various plumbing features and things on the lots. I've been there. It's just kind of, Mother Nature's taking over. But it's unfortunate because they're, like I said, they're really, could be really beautiful lots for somebody if they wanted to live there and make their home there. And so about a year after that, at least one contractor approached the Board of Supervisors at that time, and they came to an agreement where if that contractor person who was thinking of purchasing the lot were to clean up the lot, regrade it, knock down the structures that were there, and pay the county $20,000 as a compensation for county staff time that had accumulated up to that point. So there was the abatement and the fine to be paid, or fee technically. Then the county had actually, that Board of Supervisors were amenable to agreeing to eliminate the fines from the illegal activities. So that was a process that was discussed in 2021, and I'm not sure, I'm somewhat unclear why the process stalled, but it did. And I received a lot of information from Reed Glogley, our former deputy county counsel, and so he has a little more of the context, and he provided a lot of this information, and he provided the agreement that was negotiated at the time between a contractor and the Board of Supervisors. But again, it didn't move forward at the time. So brings us to today. The parcels are just overgrown. Like I said, they're kind of in a state of disrepair. And a few months back, one individual approached me via email and our code enforcement and said, they'd like to pursue that same strategy if that was still an option. And I worked a little bit with Reed, and he gave me some additional information on how that could occur. Reed Glogley, our county counsel, and now talking to current county counsel, we wanted to bring the same concept to the board, because whether there's one or even more individuals interested, we think it's a real good idea. It was back then in 2021. It's still a good activity, or still a good option today, in our humble opinion, to have that abatement plus paying all the county staff time and efforts that were accumulated back then, to kind of make the county whole, so to speak, and then to have an agreement with an individual or individuals to, if those two activities were performed, then we want to bring it to the board see if it was worthwhile for the board to, reconsider the option to waive the fines that had accumulated over the past 3 years. And so that's where we are today. I'll pause for questions from the comment or from the public comment, and then from the board, and I'll just leave it at that. So.
Thank you, Steve. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I do have some here in chambers. Valerie Smith.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thanks so much for the opportunity. I am going to speak in favor of this agenda item, the proposed compliance agreement for Willow Springs. I've been a licensed full-time real estate broker in San Benito County for over 24 years. I've been selling in Willow Springs for over 20. I've seen a lot of interesting properties in Willow Springs, and this is no different. The main purpose of my comments today is just to make the Board of Supervisors aware that many times people who have created the compliance issues are rarely the party that ends up taking responsibility. So I currently represent a group of investors who sold their property to an individual who failed to make payments, failed to pay property taxes, and then did illegal activities to cause compliance issues. They've since taken back the property in foreclosure and are interested in selling it so they could clear the property taxes, and now they're made clearly aware of what's gone on with compliance. So they didn't have anything to do with the compliance issues, but are now wanting to work with a buyer who may be willing to. So in that sense, I'm also representing a buyer on the same parcel who also had nothing to do with creating the compliance issues, but is willing to accept responsibility for clearing them, but having a known bottom line to the commitment. So by the Board of Supervisors agreeing, it actually helps with the process of getting these properties cleaned up and restored back to their beauty. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
He left. He could not wait.
Okay. And we also have Eugene Track.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the board, the council, members of the public, staff. My name is Eugene Trock, and my family has been in Willow Springs since 2009. And I have no lack of vigor and gusto about what I'm about to say. We, as Mr. Steve Loop mentioned, this area is it's the paradise. In 2009, it's the beautiful rolling hills. It's amazing, and we were one of the first properties that we were there, purchased, and then it was lasting for 3 years. And then around 2012, at least 6 out of 10 properties which are directly connected to where we live, which is the Mission Ridge development, 6 out of these 10 properties were sold, and the people who came in under disguise of organic farmers and lavender farmers produced nothing else but immediately started a large-scale marijuana grove and operation. And of course, things changed right away because people who owned it, they did not live there, but people who they leased to also did not live there. They outsourced it to the seasonal workers, and we started to see a lot of dangerous characters around with no teeth and shredding these windy, narrow switchbacks at 25, 30 miles per hour, drunk and stoned. So I was always terrified to know that my wife drives this road as well. We had shootings, we had brawls, we had stolen property. The poor Deputy Sheriff Matt Presser, the only one who was overseeing this Southeast County for at least 6-7 years, he was deployed there on a regular basis. I filed 5 or 7 police reports with the sheriff's office for stolen property, for death threats, and for promising to burn our place to the ground because we did not like what was going on. Anyways, luckily, 2020, 8 years later, county came in and they put an end to it. Thank you very much. And then since then, these lots are sitting there on roads that we all drive back and forth. We're full-time there now. And what Supervisor Kosmicki was saying, and you all support it, it's not just about the beauty, because there is no beauty anymore. It's just a war zone. It's the broken yurts, broken greenhouses, broken septic, and they were dumping stuff in the ground. And it's just not just a aesthetics of it, it's just like you would not imagine that this is happening 40 miles southeast from where we are now. Anyway, so long story short, we started to approach Mr. Loop, and then I talked to many other people in the resource management agency, and some neighbors and people from my own family would like to purchase at least some of these lots right away, and maybe, well,
Go ahead if you can maybe wrap up your thoughts,
I can wrap
please.
up in 1
Thank
minute.
you. Thank you.
And we are willing to cover the costs of the county for their kind work to put an end to this mayhem. We'll pay $20,000 per lot if you guys would still approve it and support RMA with this recommendation. And we would assume all the expenses to clean up everything according to the criteria that were already presented to us, and we know what needs to happen. Well, we're looking at $50,000 per lot, probably, with all the remediation and the permits which we need to pull. But one thing that I can guarantee, that people who will come in, there will be never illegal activities in this area, where at least these 10 lots that, like I call my near neighborhood, and then all the remediation will be done in the terms and the time frames that would be assessed for that, and also everything that will be ever built there will be, permits will be pulled for, fees will be paid, and it's a win-win for everybody. And I have right to make this pledge because I have a good track record, and everybody knows me in the Resource Management Agency. We pull permits, we have multiple inspections, people come, and we made great connections, even friends with some of the officials there because of our attitude. So I please kindly ask you to support what Mr. Loop was presenting, and it would make a difference for a lot of neighbors and families. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Any comments, questions? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for bringing that to our attention. And since you're a realtor in the area, if you would somehow communicate that to the board, a board member. Angela Curl was your supervisor for that area. So just make sure that we know, because if we're not aware of it, we can't stay on it. And so I appreciate you bringing it to our attention. And the idea of beautifying the land around you, I commend you and thank you for willing to pay the fees that aren't yours, but as the potential new property owner, I thank you for being willing to do this.
You cannot handle to live under this. If somebody else buys it, who have different idea of land stewardship and things.
Thank you.
Thanks. Kosmicki, did you have any? You're okay? Supervisor Curl?
Yes, please reach out to me. I'm available. I had heard about the cleanup and that this was coming, an offer like this. I do have a couple of questions for Steve. So just to educate myself about the process, because I'm concerned that this is potentially happening in other locations, maybe in South County. What are the total fines on these properties? And were there notices sent to the property owners? And were these properties liened by the county?
See if I can take those in order. We did some quick calcs from what should have been accumulating, and at least one of the lots had accumulated fees of approximately, fines I should say, of $800,000. I do believe that the property owners were sent notices. I'll have to confirm that with our code enforcement, but that's usually where it's sent to, is the property owner. And as far as the last part, I do not believe that liens have been placed on the properties, but I might be mistaken on the lien portion of that. But.
Okay. Are there other properties? I guess I'm just going to...
There's going to be another property. There's another request. I'm sorry to interject. There's another property that may be brought before the board in July. Another property owner has requested fees to be waived, but that's going to be a future agenda item.
And this is my concern. I totally appreciate you, and I really do want to approve this with the understanding that we have to have code enforcement really enforcing the fines. And if this is happening in other locations, we need to be more aggressive about it, and we need to make sure liens are put on these properties. You know, we can't just half notify. We have to do the full process, because I could see this coming back and biting us if we have others that are in similar situations and we aren't doing our job collecting the fines. So I just want to put that out there. I appreciate what the property, proposed property owner is trying to do, and I appreciate any information about areas like this, that we get ahead of this instead, because this has gone on a long time. It's a little too long.
I concur, and a couple things that might differentiate potential future situations where a property owner is coming to the county to remediate their own efforts that they instigated on their property. So in this case, it's new potential property owners, I believe, that will be asking for that agreement. And I agree 100% on the lien. We have not done a good job of actually liening the property, which is the kind of the big legal jump that we should have been making in the past. However, over the past few months, we met with Robin and Abraham and our RMA staff and county council to try to make sure that that final step occurs, because that's really the teeth in the process, right? And so I agree 100%.
Yeah, because unfortunately you have real estate agents out there that are doing, their due diligence with title companies, and there's nothing on there saying that there's all these fines. So I just wanted to make that point. I'm not trying to chastise or anything. Anyhow, that's my only comment, and thank you.
Oh, are they liened? Okay.
I was gonna say I did get a text from Melinda Casillas. There is one property that will be going up on the sale list, so they are moving forward with processing this, and that's probably on the property tax side, not necessarily the enforcement side of the fees. So there's two elements here. So.
And if I may add, I thank you for bringing this item to the agenda, Steve. This is where I raised the concerns at the last Board of Supervisor meeting, and I probably did it very inarticulately, bringing it, but it says the news had come to me on Monday afternoon, evening-ish, and then we had a Board of Supervisors that following morning, and I was livid to hear what I heard. And then, so I know that I have ongoing conversations with both you, Abraham, and with County Council, that you are doing what you can to rectify this, and I thank you for bringing the items to us so that the full board has the information. Going back to a previous conversation we had on a previous item about giving the enforcement authority to code enforcement, can we apply that directive as well to, because I believe Robin is a former law enforcement officer, so would that be, could we do that at the same time?
We already have direction on that, and it will be both for code enforcement and integrated waste, so we already have direction on that.
Okay. So then she would have, quote unquote, the police powers if necessary. Okay.
Zinger, did you have any? No? Okay. I don't have anything more to add. What is the will of the board?
Move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Should we go ahead and that's it for regular agenda? Should we go back? We've got 8 minutes prior to the public hearing. Should we try to go back to consent agenda right now? Okay. Okay, so I just want to clarify. So I've got Supervisor Gonzalez pulled 2.3, 2.10, 2.14, 2.19, and I have Supervisor Kosmicki at 2.30.
Yep.
Yes? Okay, great.
My mic's not on. If I did, and it's on the record, 2.14, I don't have any objections to that. So if we can just move to approve 2.14 without any discussion. It was circled, but I don't recall articulating that.
Okay.
So when Sunny came in and said that I had pulled it, I didn't think that I did, but on the record says I did. Again, I was heated from a previous conversation, so.
So you're making a motion to approve 214?
214.
Do we have a second for 214?
Second.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0 on 214. So let's go back to the top. How about let's start with 2.3, please? And
Okay, yes, I pulled this item, and the reason I asked for it to be pulled is, again, with my ongoing conversations about, the hospital and its indebtedness and so forth, I'm hoping that we can extend some reciprocity to Hazel Hawkins. I do know that they have been treating our,
Sorry.
2.3?
Behavioral health?
Yeah, but I'm not sure that that pertains to Hazel Hawkins at all.
Uncontracted inpatient psychiatric services. So this goes back to what I'm asking for reciprocity
Right, but-
to the hospital. I know, but I'm just saying, I am pulling this item because we have similar situations happening at Hazel Hawkins Hospital where they have not been able to bill for behavioral health services for quite some time, but yet,
Madam Chair, maybe, I'm sorry. that has
but
to
yet
be-
we're extending this to.
Right, but that has to be a separate agenda item.
I understand that, and I'm asking for this to not be permitted, or at least be able to let me express my
Supervisor
dismay.
Gonzalez, do we maybe want to put that as a future agenda item for the hospital and working with behavioral health? I think what they're doing here is, I think there was situations of where we had to
Uninsured-
utilize,
Uninsured
but it's having to
patients.
ship them. It's having to send our clients and patients outside of the county that they needed specialty services, and so I don't think it was an option of using Hazel Hawkins. I think this is just an instance of we used, they were sent somewhere, we didn't have a contract in place, and so per the auditor's office, if we don't have that contract, they won't just pay it. And so this is just authorizing services from.
But this is my only opportunity to show.
So let's put it as a future agenda item.
I understand.
Will you make,
that.
okay, so are you okay with that, Supervisor Gonzalez? Let's just put it as a future agenda item.
I'm just trying to say there's some inconsistency in the way we do business, in that we are authorizing $71,000 to pay to other agencies for uncontracted, uninsured patient services that have been rendered, right? That's what we're doing.
Okay, let's put it as a future agenda item.
I just want to say again, what I said earlier, I got to be careful with this whole topic, so.
Okay,
and
thank you.
I
Let's
didn't mean second as a
respectfully,
future
okay.
agenda, I just meant, we
Got
can
it.
move on.
I'm
Okay.
just saying we need to be open and transparent, and so I have no problem with this item 2.3 being approved to the tune of $71,216.36, but I'm just saying we need to do the same to our own local entities.
Which will be a
Okay.
future agenda.
As a
Great.
future
Okay, so we have
agenda.
a first and a
Absolutely, we understand.
second.
And I did not do that, just to be clear, I didn't mean future agenda second, I was just seconding your.
I'm sorry.
Moving on.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Maybe I
Okay.
missed-
It's before we okay, I'll do the second so we can continue talking. I'd like to do a friendly amendment to your future agenda
Hold
item.
on, Supervisor Kozmicki already seconded the
did?
approving of
Okay.
this item. What he didn't second is as a future agenda item. Did I get that correct?
No, I was just asking to move on from the Hazel Hawkins part.
So what were you seconding then?
I'll have to step out if we keep
You weren't
going on.
seconding anything.
Just to move on
Nope,
from the.
that's why I
it was
seconded.
Off the agenda, yeah.
Okay,
A
thank you.
second,
All right, so
so I can
Supervisor
talk.
Curro seconded.
Okay,
Yes.
so now I'm going to talk, and I'd like to amend the agenda item to not just be about Hazel Hawkins purchases. I'd like it to be about purchasing as a whole, the purchasing policy, and why some contracts go through and some contracts don't go through. It has nothing to do specifically with you. Has to do with things not getting paid. So I'd like to make it bigger than just Hazel Hawkins.
Thank
I'd
you.
like to broaden it, if that's okay.
Yes, please, thank you.
Thank you for that friendly amendment.
Okay, so we have a first and a second, but we also have from the same parties, first and second for a future agenda item. So we're going to approve item 2.3, first and second from Supervisor Gonzalez and Curro. And then you're seconding putting it on a future agenda item, purchasing policy. Okay, I'm clear on that. So let's vote on 2.3. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you, 5-0.
Oh, I must be going.
Thank you so much. All right, next one is 2.10.
Yes. And the reason I pulled this one is I just want to make sure that we have publicly stated it is going to the apartment complex and not the mini home or tiny home project. I attended a meeting at Enrique's office, and there were a lot of community members, and we took an unofficial vote, but I just want to make sure we are, and I did see the draft, the plan attached to it, so, but I just wanted to publicly make sure people don't think that we're still teetering one way or the other, and I want to make it clear it's the 50 apartments.
Yes, thank you for your question, Supervisor Gonzalez. Yes, at the last Homeless Task Force meeting, we did discuss the different plans. We have been working with RMA, Steve and his team, for the drafting of the two plans that are attached to your agenda packet. And the concept that we prefer that makes the most sense is the concept that includes the apartment complex, correct?
So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure the public heard it, that it wasn't buried under consent item, and it just became public knowledge. And so I have no withdrawal or no objection to this. I will withdraw my motion to deny this one, and I will go ahead and move to approve the resolution for item 2.10 per staff recommendation. Adopting it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0.
Thank you, Enrique, for the clarification.
Okay, so now 214, we already approved that one, so 219, RMA.
219, I had a question on this one. The actual agenda item 2.19 does not state that it requires a 4/5 vote. However, the attachment for the transfer indicated that it did. So I'm just trying to get clarification there on that. And so, as I said, I was looking at my board agenda item until about midnight last night, and it was way too late to call you on that one. But I just want to make sure that is it the error in my understanding, or is there error actual in the transfer form? And if so, it's probably just going to need a clerical correction.
So to help with County Council's answer to that is, it is requesting a transfer from our inclusionary housing fund into the tiny homes, which is that type of project, to finish the project. So
technically, then we did need a 4/5 vote then, right?
Do we have?
So just point out, if you open up the attachment under the County of San Benito operating budget adjustment transfer, it is documented 4/5 requirement under the checkbox where the request is for the appropriations of estimated revenues increase. So it is documented there. Unfortunately, it looks like it wasn't documented in the other piece, but in the document itself it is. So.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, so it is a 4/5 vote. Okay, I'll move to approve then, as recommended, with the 4/5 vote for the transfer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you. Okay, do we want to do the last one or jump to the public hearing?
It's up to you.
Do the last one.
Last one? Okay, so let's go to item 2.30, and this was Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, just really brief. I was just curious on the, so we switched design firms and prompted a new EIR. Can you just describe a little bit more, for clarity's sake, what happened? And then just confirm, are we essentially paying for two EIRs then?
So good question. Yeah, unfortunately, the project was paused about 2.5 years ago, and they'd already, Dewberry had already begun the environmental analysis. During that pause, there were, to my understanding, there were a couple environmental laws that were updated for CEQA. And so in addition to doing a new biological survey, which is kind of their bigger survey, they had to update parts and pieces of the few reports they'd already started. And so, they provide us with a breakdown of all their hours, and they seemed reasonable for that task. And so it's not really a do-over, but one of the major reports is kind of having to start fresh, and the other ones are having to be updated.
So I guess the bottom line though, what amount of money did we essentially, fork over initially that we're
initially, how much did
duplicating?
we spend? Gosh, I don't recall how much we spent initially.
Okay, and the pandemic, clearly an extraordinary situation, but is there any lessons learned or anything that to avoid this sort of thing later?
Yeah, honestly, the longer, not just this project, but our bridge projects in general, the longer they stretch out, the state absolutely does change laws over the years. So the more timely that we can process projects, that is definitely a lesson learned, because we've had permits from a couple of, not this bridge, but we've had permits from another bridge that we actually had the permit. Due to delays that happened, we had to reprocess a permit, and not even financially, but just time-wise is really painful. So we really need to progress in a timely fashion, especially with bridge projects.
And lastly, there's no, I think I know the answer, but there's no way the state wouldn't accept any sort of retroactivity if we started it at this time under these laws. The answer is no to that, I assume, because we're here today.
Unfortunately, the answer is no.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
What about a force majeure excuse in the contract? Was that already written in there? Where the actions were prevented for unforeseen reasons. Granted, normally it's a permanent obstacle, something physical and not COVID, but COVID is 100-year, experience from the last time it hit. Would that save us, County Council?
I haven't not looked at this contract myself.
So maybe to help you, Barbara, the effort was started basically in 2020 and paused at that moment. We could explore that option before we move forward.
Because force majeure is a clause that is included in a contract to remove liability for unforeseeable and unavoided catastrophes that interrupt the expected course of events, prevent participants from fulfilling obligations. These causes generally cover both natural disasters and catastrophes created by humans.
If it's not a time frame issue, do you want to postpone this to the July meeting?
We can. There's two items. There's this one and the board, I think the next item as well, because they're similar issues. I would suggest this. We don't have to proceed with any of it just because we do the contract amendment. So we can research that strategy and see if that helps us repeating some of the efforts that were done in the past, and not utilize those funds if the board so chooses. So
Yeah, so you could approve the per staff recommendation.
Right.
It says authorize the Board of Supervisors to sign the execution of the contract upon after additional research or something, or subject to additional research being performed to answer the questions that were raised today.
And Madam Chair, I pulled this simply to point out that we were
Paying twice.
duplicating costs. I appreciate Supervisor Gonzalez's suggestion. If we're going to hold off on this one, is it still possible to do the same with 2.31 then, since we already approved that?
might be a Barbara question, I think.
Barbara?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
It's a car bridge.
Yeah. Why don't we look at both of those and determine whether or not there's grounds to deal with that. We can talk about it afterwards. If we need to bring that back to the board, we can do that at a future date. Let me look at both of them, and we can also possibly, after our investigation, talk with Dewberry Engineering.
Yeah, and they are performing tasks for us. So, but they still. I'm not 99% sure we still have remaining budget in the original contract. This was just to redo some of those tasks. So I don't think it'll delay the project. So at least for this item, I'll move it to the July board meeting. And I won't proceed on the other one as well until we find the answer and see if somehow COVID or the delay can assist us. It's a creative thought. I haven't come across that in our other projects, but we'll explore that. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
So how do we handle this 231 since it was already approved?
Why don't we just go ahead and approve this one, subject to having staff further research it? Now, if they're
Okay.
performing additional work, like, we need to dive into it and get into specific detail.
Okay.
But, you know, like, if they have to do more work because of the delay, then the county's gonna probably do an amendment to justify that additional work. Force majeure, like, if, you know, if they were performing the same amount of work, but it was delayed, you know, that might be a different issue. But if they're having to do more work to satisfy different requirements because of the time delay, so we'll get into that.
Okay, so we just need to, somebody want to make a motion then for 230?
I'll move to continue the item under the circumstances recommended by the county council to further investigate our options.
Or do you want to just approve
Or
it?
approve the item, I'm sorry, approve the item and I'll direct staff to further investigate our options as far as the original contract. And to do, well, I guess you can't do the same retroactively, but.
We'll look into both of them.
Okay, all right.
Okay, does somebody want a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you. Okay, so can I get a motion to adjourn our regular meeting, please?
Well, we have.
We still got the public hearing.
We got the public hearing.
Oh, okay, I thought we were going to do that separate. Sorry.
No.
Okay, so we're just going to,
Yeah. I
we'll
mean,
just open the,
separately,
okay,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Long day. All right. So now I will go ahead, it is 1:40, and I will open the public hearing. So this will be public hearing on the approval of the 24-25 Community Services Block Grant, Community Action Plan.
Thank you very much, members of the board and members of the public. My name is Enrique Arriola, Deputy Director for Health and Human Services Agency. Our department receives annual allocations from the California Department of Services and Development. Allocations are normally between $276,000 and $306,000 to provide services to low-income individuals, low-income residents, and services that we've been providing under this grant and under HHSA, Community Service Workforce Development. It ranges from homelessness, housing services, energy assistance, youth activities, and among other services benefiting our low-income community. As a requirement of recipient of CSBG funds, we are required to do a couple of things. One being is submitting an annual community action plan to the state, and it's due at the end of the month. And the second is to hold several public hearings. So the first one was held in April, and the second one is today. So I'd like to introduce Sylvia Hawkes. She's a program manager for CSWD, who will present on this public hearing.
Good afternoon, board members and members of the public. I am here to talk about our community action plan and basically what it does, the purpose of it, and just to open the public hearing. There is a sign-in sheet in the back if anybody can please sign in so that we can have a record of it, so that we could submit it to the state. And there's also copies of the presentation, okay? So just, can we circulate the sign-in sheet? Okay, so the purpose of the community action plan serves as a roadmap to demonstrate how the Community Services Block Grant, which we'll refer to it as CSBG, for eligible entities, how they plan to deliver our services. So the Community Action Plan identifies and assesses poverty-related needs and resources in the community and establishes a detailed plan, the goals and priorities so that we can deliver the services to the individuals and families that are most affected by poverty. So the CAP, we must adhere to the following federal and state laws. In order to be compliant with the federal law, the CSBG is basically, it is eligible for entities that we must submit a completed community action plan. In order to comply with state law, we need to develop processes that assess poverty-related needs, available resources, and the feasible goals and strategies that provide program priorities that are consistent with the standards of effectiveness established by the CSBG program. And then to comply with the organizational standards, it is described under the Office of Community Services. There's a memorandum that was dated back in 2015. So all CSBG entities, such as ourselves, must comply with the implementation of the organizational standards. So our community service funds are used to support many activities that serve the following populations. It is the low-income families and individuals, the homeless families and individuals, the migrant or seasonal farm workers, and the elderly, low-income individuals and families. So these funds help by removing obstacles and by solving problems that block the achievement of self-sufficiency. So these are some of the services that the Community Action Board have approved, but they're not limited to. So this is where the CSBG funds are utilized. So we have served homeless services, which is your emergency year-round shelter, hotel vouchers, hygiene kits, and support services. We also assist with rental assistance and housing programs that includes the management of the Migrant Center. We offer rapid rehousing services, housing navigation, transitional and permanent housing. We offer the low-income heating energy assistance program and the low-income heating water assistance program, that this helps provide assistance with the PG&E and utility bills, such as the wood, propane, and oil, and water and sewer. We also operate the emergency winter shelter for homeless families. We provide food vouchers to our housing opportunity program for persons with AIDS. We run our youth services, the enrichment activities, such as the summer youth program and our work experience program, and then also the volunteer income tax assistance, which is the free tax preparation. So the needs are determined or gathered by the Community Action Board and our agency, the CSWD, by several types of methods. So we conduct public hearings or forums. We gather client surveys, and have focus groups. We utilize them from the key sectors, such as the community, in assessing their needs and resources during this period. And this is like examples of reaching out to community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, the private sector, the public sector, educational institutions, and the general public. These are some of the survey outcomes that have come from, the surveys during this period, and also throughout the year that we gather the information. So in past years, the number one ranked activity has been to provide services to our youth. We also have provided assistance for housing and the low-income housing needs, homeless services, job training and placement, access to food, medical assistance and health education, drug and substance abuse prevention, services for seniors, domestic violence and sexual assault services, gang issues, foster care and child protective services, library services, and veteran services. So recently, we collected the surveys in the amount of about 1,100 surveys, and this was the results of it. So we utilize these outcomes to, again, just hear from the community to find out what the need is. And so we can go out and try to apply for grants. So that really helps us to determine, we do listen to the public and the community. So another survey that was collected and was completed by 235 community members. And of those, 119 were for youth ages 11 to 24, and they ranked their top needs and priorities as follows. So these youth indicated as their top priority that they would like to see a quiet place to study. Second was a place to gather with friends. And then as follows is internet and Wi-Fi, job opportunities, a relax room, and help with tutoring, and then drop-in therapists. So as Enrique mentioned earlier, in order to submit the community action plan, we are required to hold 2 public hearings prior to submitting the plan to the state, which is due on June 30th. So this is the second public hearing. The first was held on April 20th. And some of the other topics that are considered what we call hot topics that have been open for discussion is basically the stock of housing, the lack of rentals, the need for a landlord to buy into our rental programs, and then housing for youth services ages 17 to 24, the parenting, foster youth, affordable housing, and a youth center that it would be open for all youth. So this pretty much, I believe, concludes the public hearing. So we're open to any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Can we open it up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from the board?
No, just thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. I've just one comment. I've asked for your sign-in sheet to be circulated, so I'm hoping that we all get to it. Yes. So before you leave.
Oh,
okay. Thank you.
Okay, now moving on to. Oh, okay. So we're just. Let me see. Okay, so we're just going to approve for staff recommendation. Okay. Somebody want to make a motion?
So moved.
Second. Oops. We'll give it to Dom.
Okay. Supervisor Zanger's the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to item 4.2, adopting a resolution approving annexation number 7, tax zone 10, San Juan Oaks.
I'd just like to disclose for the record that I did go on a tour on June 21st with Dustin. He had made a presentation to the San Benito Business Council, and then he came to the board after that. So we introduced ourselves, and I did go on a tour. There wasn't any kind of sales pitch or anything like that. It was basically a tour of the grounds, the golf course, the proposed, what they're trying to do out there and so forth. And then I gave my 2 bits on what was not a good idea and what was a potential good idea. But I have no affiliation, but I just want to disclose that I did go on a tour just recently. Thank you.
And I previously have been on multiple tours as a candidate and as an elected official with Dustin and his group. There was no sales pitch. It was informational only. I also have met Dustin one-on-one, talking about the needs for hotels in our community, the wine trail, connecting him with some of our vineyards to try and promote the completion of the hotel and other just, general topics about the project.
And I, as well, have been on a tour of the San Juan Oaks property with both Dustin and Michael, I believe it is, right, Michael? Yes. So Thank you.
Thank you. So we are having this public hearing this afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors, as a condition of approval for the San Juan Oaks project. Based on their development agreement, they are required to request to annex their community facilities district, which is number 7 in tax zone 10, into our county CFD, so that we can levy a special tax on their property owners, and that tax will be used to pay for county staff time, and as well as maintenance of the public roads and parks along the corridor as you enter the properties that you, few supervisors, have had the opportunity to tour. And so the owner has signed a consent form that they are in approval of this annexation. And so based on the conditions of approval for the project, we are requesting that the board please adopt a resolution approving annexation number 7 for tax zone 10 of the San Juan Oaks project. And just for context, for those folks that might be listening online, this project was actually approved back in 2015 with an amendment in 2019, and here we are in 2023, seeing the fruition of those efforts from previous board members. So just kind of a one little extra item. CFDs essentially, as I mentioned, they levy taxes. So they provide funds so that public improvements and services such as road and park maintenance activities can be paid for. And that's the provision and goal for this CFD, the requirement for this CFD, I should say. So, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? No? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
So I move per staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, now can I get a
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Somebody want a second? I'll second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. The meeting's closed. Holy moly, this is a record, you guys. I'm impressed with us.
Here you go. Here's the sign-in sheet.